Hey, welcome back. This channel is for true crime stories, told slowly and calmly, for nights when sleep doesn't come easily. If this is your first time here, I'm glad you found it. And if you've been listening for a while, thank you for coming back. I really enjoy seeing how far these stories reach, and where people are listening from at this quiet hour. If you feel comfortable, let me know where you're listening from. And if these stories help you relax or feel less alone, subscribing is a simple way to support the channel. This is episode 110. Let's begin. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who lived two completely different lives at the same time. A man trusted with national security, discipline, and leadership, while secretly committing some of the most disturbing crimes imaginable. This is a true crime story about control, ritual, escalation, and how evil can hide perfectly behind structure, rank, and respectability for years without being noticed. Russell Williams was born in 1963 and raised in Canada in what appeared to be a stable, disciplined environment. From a young age, he showed a strong attraction to order and hierarchy. He was intelligent, focused, and driven. He joined the Canadian Armed Forces and quickly distinguished himself as competent, reliable, and ambitious. His career advanced steadily, and over time he became a highly respected colonel, eventually appointed as the commander of CFB Trenton, one of the most important Air Force bases in Canada. This position placed him in charge of thousands of personnel and sensitive military operations, including responsibility for aircraft used by government leaders. To colleagues, Russell Williams was calm, professional, and meticulous. He dressed neatly, spoke carefully, and followed rules obsessively. He was married, lived in a quiet neighborhood, and projected the image of a man who had everything under control. There were no visible warning signs, no public outbursts, no scandals. He blended perfectly into a world built on discipline and trust. But beneath this surface, another life was slowly taking shape. For years, Russell Williams had been engaging in secret behavior that grew darker over time. It began with fetish burglaries. Late at night, he would break into homes, specifically targeting houses where women lived alone. He memorized routines, studied neighborhoods, and chose locations where he felt confident he would not be interrupted. Once inside, he did not steal valuables. Instead, he took personal items, clothing, underwear, objects that allowed him to feel a sense of possession over someone he had never met. He photographed himself wearing these items. These acts were not impulsive. They were planned carefully. Russell documented everything. He kept detailed records, photographs, and notes, creating a private archive of his crimes. Each break-in reinforced his sense of control. Each successful intrusion emboldened him. Over time, burglary was no longer enough. The desire for control escalated into violence. In November 2009, a woman named Marie-France Comeau was found murdered in her home. She had been sexually assaulted and strangled. There were signs of staging. The crime appeared calculated, not chaotic. Investigators initially had few leads. The neighborhood was quiet. There were no witnesses. Nothing obvious pointed to a suspect. Then, only 2 months later, another woman, Jessica Lloyd, disappeared. Jessica was a young woman who lived alone and worked at a veterinary clinic. When she failed to show up for work and could not be reached, concern grew quickly. Her family reported her missing, and police began searching immediately. Unlike many cases, this investigation moved fast, driven by the proximity to the earlier murder. Investigators found tire tracks near Jessica's home. The tracks were distinctive. They began comparing them against known vehicles in the area. At the same time, they examined security footage, credit card records, and phone activity. What they uncovered was chilling. The tire tracks matched those of a vehicle registered to Russell Williams. At first, this seemed impossible. Russell was a colonel, a base commander, a man vetted repeatedly by the military. But evidence does not care about reputation. Police placed Russell under surveillance. They observed his movements. They noted inconsistencies. Then they searched his home. What they found destroyed the illusion completely. Inside his house were hundreds of photographs documenting years of crimes. Images of him wearing stolen clothing. Images taken inside victims' homes. Detailed logs of break-ins. Items belonging to numerous women. The scale of his secret life was overwhelming. Russell Williams was arrested. During interrogation, something extraordinary happened. Instead of denying his actions, Russell confessed calmly and in detail. He spoke without visible emotion. He explained his crimes methodically, describing how he selected homes, how he avoided detection, how his fantasies escalated over time. He described the murders without remorse, focusing on sequence and control rather than human impact. Investigators were struck by how controlled he remained throughout the confession. There was no panic, no collapse, just a man explaining his double life, as if reviewing a project. Russell led police to Jessica Lloyd's body, which he had concealed in a remote wooded area. Her remains confirmed his confession. He also admitted responsibility for the murder of Marie France Comeau. At trial, the evidence was overwhelming. The photographs, the records, the forensic matches. There was no ambiguity. Russell Williams pleaded guilty to multiple charges, including 2 counts of first-degree murder, sexual assault, and numerous break-ins. In 2010, he was sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of parole for 25 years. What makes this story so unsettling is not just the violence. It is the discipline, the structure, the way Russell Williams maintained absolute control over his public identity while nurturing a private world of escalating brutality. He did not appear chaotic. He did not appear unstable. He appeared organized, respected, and dependable. This case forces us to confront an uncomfortable truth. That evil does not always look disordered. Sometimes it wears a uniform. Sometimes it follows rules. Sometimes it hides so well that even those closest never see it coming. And by the time it is revealed, the damage has already been done. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a woman who trusted the system, trusted the people around her, and trusted that if something went wrong, someone would notice. This is a true crime story about patience, control, and how a murderer can hide behind routine and politeness for years while an entire life quietly collapses around him. In the early 2000s, in the quiet suburbs of California, Elaine O'Hara lived a life that appeared fragile but functional. She was intelligent, introspective, and deeply private. Elaine struggled with mental health issues, including depression, but she also had a rich inner world. She loved writing, walking near water, and spending time alone. She was someone who thought deeply and trusted selectively. Those close to her knew she had moments of darkness, but they also knew she was thoughtful and gentle, not reckless or impulsive. Elaine did not crave chaos. She craved connection. During this time, she met a man named Graham Dwyer through an online forum. Graham presented himself as confident, successful, and emotionally steady. He worked as an architect, had a stable career, and lived what appeared to be a disciplined, respectable life. He was married. He had children. From the outside, Graham looked like someone rooted firmly in reality. What Elaine did not see immediately was how carefully Graham controlled the version of himself he showed to others. Their conversations began slowly. They talked about ideas, emotions, personal struggles. Graham listened closely. He asked questions. He mirrored her thoughts. He gave Elaine the feeling of being truly seen. Over time, the dynamic shifted. Graham introduced darker themes into their conversations. Power, submission, fantasy. He framed these ideas as consensual, intellectual, and safe. But beneath the language was manipulation. Graham began setting rules. He tested boundaries. He encouraged secrecy. He pushed Elaine to isolate parts of her life from others, framing this isolation as intimacy. He convinced her that what they shared could not be understood by outsiders. Slowly, subtly, Elaine's emotional world began revolving around him. In 2012, Elaine disappeared. At first, it seemed plausible that she had gone away on her own. She had done so before during periods of emotional distress. But days passed, then weeks, then months. Her phone stopped connecting to cell towers. Her bank accounts went silent. No one heard from her. Elaine was reported missing. Searches were conducted. Investigators examined her habits, her journals, her online activity. They found writings that spoke about emotional pain, but also plans for the future. There was nothing indicating a final goodbye, nothing indicating she intended to vanish permanently. As the investigation deepened, Graham Dwyer appeared cooperative, calm, helpful. He spoke logically. He framed Elaine as emotionally unstable, suggesting she may have harmed herself. He expressed concern without urgency. He positioned himself as a reasonable voice amid uncertainty. But investigators noticed inconsistencies. Phone data showed that Graham and Elaine had been in contact far more frequently than he admitted. GPS data placed Graham's phone in remote rural areas at unusual times. There were gaps in Elaine's final movements that pointed toward planning rather than impulsive action. What investigators uncovered next changed everything. During a search of a reservoir, authorities discovered human remains, partial, whether by time and water. Forensic testing confirmed they belonged to Elaine O'Hara. The location was not random. It was secluded, difficult to access, and required familiarity. Evidence began stacking quietly, piece by piece. Police recovered items from the water nearby. Tools, objects connected to Graham. Some were traced back to purchases he had made. Others matched descriptions from Elaine's writings, writings that described fear, control, and a growing sense of danger. Graham was arrested. At trial, the full picture emerged. Graham had not lost control. He had planned meticulously. He used emotional manipulation to normalize violence in Elaine's mind before ever committing it physically. He controlled the narrative. He controlled the timing. He chose a location he believed would hide the truth forever. Elaine had trusted him. In court, Graham showed little emotion. He maintained his composure. He focused on technicalities. He avoided responsibility. Prosecutors dismantled his image carefully, revealing how he compartmentalized his life, presenting himself as a family man while maintaining a secret world built on dominance and control. In 2015, Graham Dwyer was convicted of murder and sentenced to life in prison. Elaine O'Hara's story did not end with her disappearance. It continues because of what it reveals. How danger does not always come loudly. How it can arrive politely. How it can speak softly, offer understanding, and slowly reshape someone's sense of safety until escape feels impossible. This story stays with people because it is not about chaos. It is about patience. It is about how evil can wait. It is about how trust, once weaponized, becomes the most powerful tool of all. And it is about a woman who deserved protection, truth, and peace long before the system finally listened. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a young woman who vanished quietly, a disappearance that sat unresolved for decades, hidden inside an ordinary object, waiting silently while the world moved on. This is a true crime story about secrecy, patience, and how the past sometimes refuses to stay buried, no matter how carefully it is hidden. In the early 1960s, Raina Marroquin was a 26-year-old immigrant living in New York. She had come from El Salvador, seeking stability and opportunity, like many others at the time. She was described as gentle, hardworking, and deeply devoted to her family back home. She wrote letters regularly, sending money when she could, always expressing plans for the future. Raina worked in a textile factory, earning modest wages, sharing rooms, and building a life slowly and carefully. She was not reckless. She did not live dramatically. She followed routines. At some point, Raina began a relationship with her married supervisor, a man named Frederick Hart. He was older, established, and powerful within her workplace. The relationship was secretive, unequal, and dangerous in ways Raina likely did not fully understand at first. When she became pregnant, everything changed. Raina reportedly believed Frederick would leave his wife. She spoke about a future where they could be together openly. To her, the pregnancy was a beginning. To Frederick, it was a threat. In the spring of 1969, Raina suddenly stopped contacting her family. Letters ceased. Money transfers ended. For her relatives in El Salvador, Communication delays were not unusual, but months passed, then years. Eventually, hope gave way to grief. Without proof, Reina was assumed lost to time, another immigrant swallowed by the anonymity of a large city. No missing person report was filed. No investigation began. Reina disappeared quietly. 32 years later, in 1999, a man named Patrick McLaughlin purchased a property in Jericho, New York. The house was old and in need of repairs. As Patrick worked in the backyard, he noticed something unusual beneath the soil, an old metal drum, heavily rusted, partially buried. Assuming it was leftover junk, he attempted to move it. The drum was extremely heavy. When he opened it, he was met with a smell that told him immediately this was not trash. Inside the barrel were human remains. The discovery shocked investigators. The remains were remarkably preserved due to the sealed container and chemicals inside. Forensic experts determined the victim was a young woman who had been murdered decades earlier. There were signs of strangulation. There was evidence of pregnancy. The case became known as the Barrel Girl murder. At first, no one knew who she was. Investigators reconstructed her face using forensic modeling. They released images to the public, hoping someone would recognize her. Leads trickled in slowly. Some went nowhere. Others contradicted each other. The victim had lived long enough ago that memories were faint, records incomplete, witnesses aging or dead. Still, the case moved forward. Isotope testing of her bones suggested she was not born in the United States. Dental work indicated she had spent part of her life in Central America. Gradually, through a combination of science and persistence, investigators identified her as Reina Marroquin. Now they had a name, but the killer was still free. The property where the barrel was found had once belonged to Frederick Hart. Frederick had died years earlier. At first, that seemed like the end of the trail. But investigators did not stop. They examined Frederick's life closely. They uncovered the affair. They learned about the pregnancy. They spoke to his former wife. And then, something remarkable happened. Frederick's widow began talking. She described strange behavior from decades earlier. She recalled a sudden new barrel appearing in the yard. She remembered Frederick insisting it never be moved. She remembered fear, confusion, and silence. Over time, she revealed that Frederick had confessed to her privately that he had killed Reina after she became pregnant, strangling her during an argument and panicking afterward. He had placed her body inside the drum and buried it in the yard. For decades, the barrel remained untouched, blending into the background of suburban life. Children played nearby. Seasons passed. Owners changed. Life continued. The truth waited. Although Frederick Hart could never be tried, the case was officially closed in 2011, more than 40 years after Reina's murder. Her death was finally acknowledged. Her story was finally told. Her family, long without answers, received confirmation of what had happened to her. Reina Marroquin was laid to rest with her name restored. This story lingers because of its stillness, because nothing exploded, nothing unraveled quickly, no frantic chase occurred. Instead, a crime waited patiently beneath the earth, sealed inside metal, protected by silence and time. It reminds us that justice does not always arrive loudly. Sometimes it comes slowly, carried forward by chance, science, and a refusal to forget those who disappeared quietly. And even after decades, truth can still rise. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who erased his entire family quietly, methodically, and then vanished so completely that for nearly 2 decades, no one knew where he had gone or how he had done it. This is a true crime story about control, shame, patience, and how an ordinary-looking life can hide something unimaginably cold beneath its surface. In the early 1970s, John List lived with his family in a large mansion-style home in Westfield, New Jersey. From the outside, the house looked impressive, even grand. It stood as a symbol of stability and success. Inside lived John, his wife Helen, their 3 children, and John's elderly mother. To neighbors and acquaintances, the List family appeared reserved, traditional, and deeply religious. They attended church regularly. They followed routines. There were no public scandals, no visible chaos. John List was quiet and rigid. He believed strongly in order, discipline, and moral structure. He saw himself as the head of the household, responsible for guiding his family not just materially, but spiritually. He believed that appearances mattered deeply. Failure, to him, was not just personal. It was shameful. Behind that controlled exterior, however, John's life was slowly collapsing. He had lost his job. His finances were falling apart. Debt was mounting. The lifestyle he believed his family needed was no longer sustainable. Instead of adjusting, instead of asking for help, John withdrew further into himself. He continued dressing neatly, attending church, and pretending everything was fine. He told no one the truth. Inside his mind, something dangerous was forming. John began convincing himself that his family would not survive what was coming. He believed they would be humiliated. He believed they would lose their faith. He believed the world would corrupt them. Gradually, disturbingly, he reframed murder as mercy. He convinced himself that killing them would save them. On November 9th, 1971, John List acted. That morning, he went about his routine calmly. There was no explosion of anger, no sudden break. One by one, he killed his family members inside their home. His wife, his children, his mother. Each act was deliberate, controlled, quiet. He arranged their bodies carefully, positioning them as if they were sleeping or praying. He turned on classical music to fill the house with sound, masking the silence that followed. Afterward, John did not flee in panic. He cleaned. He wrote letters. He canceled newspaper deliveries. He shut off lights. He locked the house. Then he simply walked away. For weeks, no one noticed. Neighbors assumed the family was away. The house sat undisturbed, filled with music playing endlessly in empty rooms. It was only when a concerned acquaintance requested a welfare check that police entered the home and discovered the bodies. The scene stunned investigators. There were no signs of struggle, no forced entry, no robbery. Everything pointed inward, and John List was gone. The investigation stretched on, but leads dried up quickly. John had planned carefully. He left behind little trace. No clear destination. No impulsive mistakes. As years passed, the case went cold. The large house was eventually demolished, but the mystery remained. Nearly 18 years later, the case resurfaced unexpectedly. In 1989, John List's story was featured on a television program focused on wanted fugitives. For the first time, a forensic artist created an age-progressed image of what John might look like after nearly 2 decades on the run. The image was broadcast nationally. Someone recognized him. That someone was a neighbor in a quiet town in Virginia who knew a man named Robert Clark, a reserved, polite accountant, a church-going man, a devoted husband, someone who fit seamlessly into the background of suburban life. Robert Clark was John List. He had remarried. He had built a new life. He had maintained the same rigid routines, the same controlled demeanor. For 18 years, he lived undetected, blending into normalcy with chilling ease. When police arrested him, John did not resist. He did not deny what he had done. At trial, he showed little emotion. He spoke calmly. He framed his actions as tragic but necessary. The jury did not accept this narrative. In 1990, John List was convicted of 5 counts of murder and sentenced to life in prison. What makes this story linger is not just the violence. It is the patience, the calculation, the way a man erased an entire family and then waited quietly for years, living as if nothing had happened. It forces us to confront how little we sometimes know about the people beside us, how appearances can be carefully constructed, how danger does not always arrive screaming. Sometimes it arrives dressed neatly, speaking softly, and waiting for the right moment. Next story, I'm going to tell you a story about a childhood stolen, about a monster who wore the mask of Mentor, and about how an entire sport failed to protect the children in its care. In the gymnasiums of Pennsylvania State University, where young athletes trained with dreams of Olympic glory, a doctor moved among them with keys to every locker room and unfettered access to vulnerable children. Parents trusted him completely, grateful their daughters were receiving medical care from such a respected professional. But behind closed doors, under the guise of treatment, he was committing crimes that would eventually reveal themselves as one of the most extensive child sexual abuse cases in American history. This is the story of Larry Nassar, a sports medicine doctor who sexually abused at least 265 young female athletes over more than 2 decades. Between 1992 and 2016, he used his position as team doctor for USA Gymnastics and Michigan State University to assault girls as young as 6 years old, disguising his abuse as legitimate medical treatment. His crimes were enabled by institutions that ignored complaints, silenced victims, and protected their reputations rather than the children in their care. Lawrence Gerard Nassar was born on August 16, 1963, in Farmington Hills, Michigan. He grew up in a middle-class family where education and achievement were valued. His childhood appeared unremarkable, with no obvious signs of the predator he would become. He was intelligent and focused, showing early interest in sports medicine and athletic training. Larry attended Michigan State University, earning undergraduate and graduate degrees in kinesiology before attending medical school. He was drawn to sports medicine, particularly gymnastics, where he saw opportunity to work with elite young athletes. He completed his training and became licensed as an osteopathic physician, gaining credentials that would give him authority and trust. In 1986, while still a student, Larry began working as an athletic trainer for the USA Gymnastics team. He quickly made himself indispensable, volunteering for events, traveling with teams, and building relationships with coaches and officials. He positioned himself as someone dedicated to the athletes, always available, always willing to help. This reputation gave him access and trust that he would exploit for decades. Larry developed a technique he claimed was a legitimate treatment for various athletic injuries, particularly back and hip pain. He called it pelvic floor therapy and told athletes it required internal manipulation. In reality, he was sexually assaulting them, penetrating them with his unloved hands while claiming it was medical treatment. The girls were confused and uncomfortable, but trusted that a doctor knew what he was doing. He would perform these assaults in exam rooms, often with parents present in the room, but positioned so they could not see what his hands were doing beneath a sheet. He would chat casually with parents while assaulting their daughters. His demeanor so professional and relaxed that no one suspected anything inappropriate was happening. Larry targeted young gymnasts who were vulnerable and unlikely to question authority. These were girls who had been trained from early childhood to obey coaches and medical staff without question, to push through pain and discomfort, to trust that adults in positions of authority had their best interests at heart. Their conditioning made them perfect victims for someone who understood how to exploit that trust. Over 2 decades, Larry assaulted hundreds of girls. Some were Olympic medalists, elite athletes whose names the world knew. Most were young gymnasts training at local clubs, girls with Olympic dreams who trusted that the national team doctor was providing them with the best care possible. He assaulted them at competitions, at training camps, at his office at Michigan State University, and even at his home where parents would bring their daughters for treatment. Reports of Larry's abuse began surfacing as early as the 1990s, but they were consistently dismissed or ignored. Young athletes complained to coaches, to USA Gymnastics officials, to Michigan State administrators. Each time, the institutions chose to protect Larry rather than investigate the claims. Officials told victims they were misunderstanding legitimate medical treatment. Some were warned that speaking out would damage their careers and the sport they loved. In 2004, a young gymnast reported Larry's abuse to Michigan State University police. An investigation was conducted but closed without charges. Larry was allowed to continue practicing. In 2014, another athlete filed a complaint with the university. Again, an investigation concluded that Larry's techniques were legitimate medical procedures. The institution sided with the doctor rather than the victim. The breakthrough came in 2016 when former gymnast Rachel Den Hollander went public with detailed accusations against Larry. Her willingness to speak openly, using her real name and providing specific accounts, gave other victims courage to come forward. Within months, dozens and then hundreds of women and girls reported that Larry had assaulted them during supposed medical treatments. Investigations by police and journalists revealed the staggering scope of Larry's crimes and the systematic failures by USA Gymnastics and Michigan State University to protect children in their care. Internal documents showed that officials had received numerous complaints over decades, but had taken no meaningful action to stop Larry or protect future victims. Larry Nassar was arrested in December 2016 on child pornography charges. As the investigation expanded, he was charged with multiple counts of criminal sexual conduct spanning decades. Faced with overwhelming evidence from hundreds of victims, he eventually pleaded guilty to avoid trial. His sentencing hearings in January 2018 became historic moments. Over 7 days, 156 victims gave impact statements describing how Larry's abuse had affected their lives. Olympic champions like Ali Raisman, Michaela Maroney, and Simone Biles spoke publicly about being abused by the doctor they had trusted. Judge Rosemary Aquilina allowed every victim who wanted to speak the opportunity to confront Larry. Larry Nassar was sentenced to 40 to 175 years in prison for criminal sexual conduct, in addition to a 60-year federal sentence for child pornography. He will die in prison. During sentencing, Judge Aquilina told him he had just signed his own death warrant. The fallout from a Nassar case was extensive. USA Gymnastics filed for bankruptcy under the weight of lawsuits. The entire USA Gymnastics board resigned. Michigan State University paid $500 million to settle claims from victims. Officials who had dismissed or ignored complaints faced criminal charges for their failures. Larry's case exposed how institutions prioritize reputation over child safety, how predators exploit positions of trust and authority, and how children in elite sports can be particularly vulnerable to abuse because they have been conditioned to endure pain and obey authority figures without question. The survivors of Larry Nassar's abuse have become advocates for changing how institutions handle allegations of abuse and for protecting children in sports. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about ambition twisted into violence, about a woman who wanted fame at any cost, and about how desperation for recognition can transform into murderous rage. In the glittering world of professional figure skating, where athletes dedicate their lives to perfection and competition is fierce, a rivalry was escalating beyond normal bounds. Two skaters were competing for spots on the 1994 U.S. Olympic team, but one was willing to cross lines that should never be crossed to eliminate her competition. What followed would become one of the most infamous attacks in sports history. This is the story of Tanya Harding and the attack on Nancy Kerrigan. On January 6, 1994, as Nancy practiced at a skating rink in Detroit, a man approached her after she left the ice and struck her knee with a metal baton. The attack was designed to injure her badly enough to force her withdrawal from the upcoming national championships and Olympic trials. The assailant was hired by Tanya's ex-husband Jeff Gillooly and her bodyguard Sean Eckhart, and evidence suggested Tanya knew about and approved the plan. The attack failed to end Nancy's career, but it ended Tanya's destroyed reputations and revealed how far some will go to achieve their dreams. Tanya Maxine Harding was born on November 12, 1970, in Portland, Oregon. Her childhood was marked by poverty and abuse that shaped her aggressive, combative personality. Her mother, Lavana, was brutal, physically and emotionally abusing Tanya throughout her childhood. She would beat her daughter, mock her appearance, and push her relentlessly in skating while never offering praise or affection. Tanya's family was poor, struggling to afford skating lessons and equipment. This made her an outsider in the elite world of figure skating, where most competitors came from wealthy families who could afford the best coaches and training. Tanya wore homemade costumes while her competitors wore expensive designer outfits. She felt judged and dismissed by skating officials who valued elegance and refinement, qualities Tanya's rough background had not provided. But Tanya had undeniable athletic ability. She was powerful and aggressive, landing jumps other female skaters could not. In 1991, She became the first American woman to land a triple axel in competition, a feat requiring tremendous strength and technical skill. This should have made her a star, but judges consistently scored her lower than competitors with more polished presentations. Tanya's personal life was chaotic. She married Jeff Gillooly when she was 19, beginning a volatile relationship marked by domestic violence. Jeff was controlling and abusive, and Tanya was trapped in a cycle she did not know how to escape. The abuse she had experienced from her mother had normalized violence in relationships. By 1993, Tanya's skating career was declining. She was 23, old for a figure skater, and her technical skills were offset by presentation scores that judges kept artificially low. Meanwhile, Nancy Kerrigan was emerging as America's skating sweetheart. Nancy was elegant, beautiful, and came from a working-class background that made her relatable. She was everything Tanya was not, and she was winning. Tanya became obsessed with Nancy, seeing her as the obstacle between herself and Olympic glory. In Tanya's mind, if Nancy were eliminated, she would make the Olympic team and finally receive the recognition she deserved. This obsession transformed into a conspiracy to injure Nancy badly enough to force her withdrawal from competition. Tanya's ex-husband Jeff and her bodyguard Sean began planning the attack in late 1993. They hired Shane Stant to carry out the assault and Derek Smith to drive the getaway car. The plan was crude but effective. Wait for Nancy to finish practice, approach her when she was vulnerable, and strike her knee hard enough to cause serious injury. On January 6, 1994, at the Cobo Arena in Detroit, Shane Stant waited for Nancy to finish practicing. As she walked through a corridor talking to her father, Shane rushed up and struck her right knee with a metal baton. He fled before anyone could stop him. Nancy collapsed, crying in pain and confusion, repeatedly asking why someone would do this to her. The attack made international headlines immediately. Nancy was America's sweetheart, and the brutal assault shocked the sports world. Investigators began working to identify the assailant and determine if this was a random attack or something more sinister. Within days, the conspiracy unraveled. Sean Eckhart, Tanya's bodyguard, began talking to people about his involvement, unable to resist bragging about the crime. Investigators traced phone records connecting Tanya's camp to the attacker. Jeff, Sean, Shane, and Derek were all arrested and confessed, each implicating the others. The question became, what did Tanya know and when did she know it? Evidence suggested she knew about the attack beforehand and may have helped plan it, though she denied this. After the attack, she definitely knew who was responsible, but said nothing to authorities, making her complicit even if she had not initiated the plan. Nancy recovered more quickly than expected. Her knee was bruised, but not permanently damaged. She competed at the national championships in February and placed second. Tanya won the event, but the victory was overshadowed by the investigation. Both were named to the Olympic team, setting up a dramatic confrontation in Lillehammer, Norway. At the 1994 Winter Olympics, the focus was on Tanya and Nancy rather than the competition itself. Nancy skated beautifully and won the silver medal. Tanya's performance was disastrous, hampered by equipment problems and the pressure of the scandal. She finished 8th. After the Olympics, Tanya pleaded guilty to conspiring to hinder prosecution for not reporting what she knew about the attack. She received 3 years probation, was fined, and was banned for life from competitive figure skating. Her accomplices received prison sentences ranging from 18 months to 2 years. Nancy continued skating professionally and became a commentator and analyst. Her career recovered, though the attack remains the event most associated with her name. Tanya's life after skating was troubled, marked by various attempts to achieve fame through boxing, reality television, and other ventures. The attack on Nancy Kerrigan stands as one of sport's most shocking moments, revealing how far ambition can push people beyond moral boundaries. Tanya Harding destroyed her own career and reputation in an attempt to eliminate competition. proving that sometimes the most dangerous opponent is not the one across the ice, but the desperation and rage within yourself that convinces you violence is the answer to your problems. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a popular college athlete who seemed to have a bright future, about a young woman who was brutally attacked and left for dead, and about how a case of mistaken justice led to the wrong man spending years in prison while the real perpetrator walked free. In July 1984, Jennifer Thompson was a 22-year-old college student in Burlington, North Carolina. She was bright, independent, and focused on her studies. One night, a man broke into her apartment and attacked her at knife point. During the horrifying assault, Jennifer tried to stay calm and focused on memorizing every detail of her attacker's face. She studied his features carefully, determined that if she survived, she would be able to identify him and bring him to justice. Jennifer managed to escape through a window and immediately went to police. She worked with investigators to create a composite sketch of her attacker. She was certain she would recognize him if she saw him again. Her memory of his face was burned into her mind from those terrifying moments when she had studied him so carefully. A few days later, police showed Jennifer a photo lineup of potential suspects. She looked through the photos and identified Ronald Cotton as her attacker. She was absolutely certain it was him. When she later picked Ronald out of a physical lineup, she felt confident she had identified the right man. Ronald Cotton was arrested and charged with the attack. Ronald Cotton was a 22-year-old man who lived in the area and had a minor criminal record. He maintained his innocence from the moment of his arrest, insisting he had never seen Jennifer before and had nothing to do with the attack. He had an alibi for the night of the crime, but it wasn't strong enough to overcome Jennifer's confident identification. At trial in 1985, Jennifer testified with absolute certainty that Ronald Cotton was the man who had attacked her. She looked him in the eye and identified him without hesitation. Her confidence was powerful and convincing to the jury. Despite Ronald's protests of innocence and his alibi witnesses, he was convicted and sentenced to life in prison plus 54 years. Ronald continued to maintain his innocence from prison. He filed appeals, but they were denied. Jennifer, meanwhile, was certain justice had been served. She had looked her attacker in the face, memorized his features, and successfully identified him. She felt relief that the man who had terrorized her was behind bars. But then something happened that would change everything. While in prison, Ronald Cotton heard other inmates talking about the crimes he had been convicted of. One inmate in particular, Bobby Poole, seemed to know details about the attacks that only the real perpetrator would know. Bobby Poole even looked similar to Ronald Cotton, enough that they could be mistaken for each other. Ronald's lawyers discovered this information and demanded a new trial. In 1987, Ronald Cotton got his second trial. This time, Bobby Poole was brought into the courtroom. Jennifer Thompson was asked if Bobby Poole could have been her attacker instead of Ronald Cotton. She looked at both men and still identified Ronald Cotton with certainty. Bobby Poole was not the man who had attacked her, she testified. It was Ronald Cotton. Once again, Ronald Cotton was convicted and sent back to prison. It seemed the case was closed. Jennifer had identified him twice, in multiple lineups and in 2 trials. How could she be wrong when she was so certain? Ronald Cotton spent years in prison, nearly 11 years total, continuing to insist he was innocent. Then in 1995, DNA testing technology had advanced enough to test evidence from the crime scene. Ronald's lawyers pushed for DNA testing of the evidence, hoping it would finally prove his innocence. The DNA results came back, and they were shocking. The DNA from the crime scene did not match Ronald Cotton. It matched Bobby Poole, the inmate Ronald had suspected all along. Ronald Cotton had been telling the truth for 11 years. He was innocent. Jennifer Thompson had been completely wrong in her identification, despite her absolute certainty. Ronald Cotton was released from prison in June 1995. He had lost 11 years of his life for a crime he didn't commit. The real perpetrator, Bobby Poole, was already in prison for other attacks, so he was charged with Jennifer's assault as well. The revelation was devastating for Jennifer Thompson. She had been so certain, so confident in her identification. She had testified twice, looking Ronald Cotton in the eye and declaring him to be her attacker. But she had been wrong. Her memory, despite her best efforts to be accurate, had failed her. An innocent man had suffered because of her mistaken identification. Jennifer struggled with immense guilt. She had done everything right as a victim. She had tried to memorize her attacker's face. She had worked with police. She had testified in court. But despite her best intentions and her certainty, she had identified the wrong man. The realization that memory could be so unreliable was crushing. In a remarkable turn of events, Jennifer Thompson eventually reached out to Ronald Cotton. She wanted to apologize and somehow make amends for what he had suffered because of her mistaken identification. Ronald, showing incredible grace and forgiveness, agreed to meet with her. Their meeting was emotional and healing for both of them. Ronald told Jennifer that he didn't blame her. She had been a victim trying to bring her attacker to justice. The real fault lay with a criminal justice system that relied too heavily on eyewitness identification without understanding how unreliable human memory could be. Jennifer and Ronald developed an unlikely friendship. They began speaking together at conferences and events about wrongful convictions and the problems with eyewitness identification. They wrote a book together called Picking Cotton about their experiences and their journey toward forgiveness and understanding. Their story became one of the most powerful examples of why eyewitness testimony, even when given with absolute certainty, can be dangerously unreliable. Studies have shown that memory is not like a video recording. It can be influenced by suggestion, by the way questions are asked, by seeing photos before lineups, and by the stress of trauma. Ronald Cotton's case helped change how law enforcement conducts lineups and eyewitness identifications. Many jurisdictions now use double-blind lineups where the officer conducting the lineup doesn't know who the suspect is, preventing unconscious cues. Sequential lineups, where witnesses see one person at a time rather than all at once, have been shown to reduce mistaken identifications. Ronald Cotton eventually received compensation for his wrongful conviction and has rebuilt his life. He married and had a family. Jennifer Thompson has dedicated herself to criminal justice reform and educating people about the problems with eyewitness testimony. Their story is a powerful reminder that even with the best intentions, human memory can fail us. Jennifer Thompson was a brave victim who tried to do everything right, and Ronald Cotton was an innocent man who suffered terribly. Together, their experience has helped prevent other wrongful convictions and shown the importance of forensic evidence like DNA testing in criminal cases. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a young college student who vanished after a night out with friends, about a massive search that gripped a nation, and about how modern technology finally revealed the tragic truth about what happened during her final hours. In September 2019, 19-year-old Anaya Blanchard was a college student living in Auburn, Alabama. She was the stepdaughter of UFC fighter Walt Harris, and she was known for her bright smile, loving personality, and close relationship with her family. On the night of October 23, 2019, Anaya went to a convenience store and then met up with a friend. After that evening, she disappeared. When Anaya didn't respond to text messages or phone calls, her family immediately knew something was wrong. This wasn't like her at all. She was in constant communication with her mother and would never just go silent without explanation. Her family reported her missing on October 24th, and police began investigating right away. Investigators found Anaya's car abandoned at an apartment complex in Montgomery, Alabama, about 50 miles from Auburn. The discovery was chilling because there was blood evidence inside the vehicle, suggesting that something violent had occurred. The amount of blood indicated that whoever had been injured was likely seriously hurt. This finding transformed the case from a missing person investigation into a suspected violent crime. Surveillance footage from the convenience store where Anaya had stopped that night became crucial to the investigation. The video showed Anaya inside the store, and it also showed a man later identified as Ibrahim Yazid. Footage appeared to show Yazid following Anaya and possibly forcing her into her own vehicle in the parking lot. The video evidence suggested that Anaya had been abducted. Police identified Ibrahim Yazid as the primary suspect, and issued a warrant for his arrest. Yazid was a 30-year-old man with a violent criminal history. He had previously been charged with attempted ending of life and kidnapping in a separate case, but had been released on bond. The fact that someone with such serious pending charges was free on the streets raised immediate questions about the bail system. A massive manhunt began for Yazid. The FBI joined the search, and Anaya's case received national media attention. Her family made emotional public pleas for information. UFC fighters and celebrities shared her story on social media. Thousands of people across Alabama and beyond joined search efforts, hoping to find Anaya alive. On November 7th, 2019, 2 weeks after Anaya disappeared, law enforcement arrested Ibrahim Yazid in Florida. He was captured in Pensacola after witnesses recognized him from wanted posters and media coverage. His arrest brought some relief to investigators, but the critical question remained unanswered. Where was Anaya? The search for Anaya continued even after Yazid's arrest. Investigators worked to trace his movements and identify locations where he might have taken her. They interviewed witnesses, reviewed surveillance footage from multiple locations, and followed every possible lead. But Yazid refused to cooperate or provide any information about what he had done. Then on November 25th, 2019, more than a month after Anaya disappeared, hunters discovered human remains in a wooded area in Macon County, Alabama. The location was remote and would have been nearly impossible to find without the specific tip that led authorities there. DNA testing confirmed the devastating news that Anaya's family had feared. The remains belonged to Anaya Blanchard. The discovery of Anaya's body confirmed that what had started as a kidnapping had ended in the worst possible way. Anaya had been taken from a convenience store parking lot by a stranger, and she had lost her life. The bright young woman with her whole future ahead of her was gone, taken by someone who had no right to steal her life. Ibrahim Yazid was charged with capital murder in Anaya's death. 2 other individuals, Antoine Fisher and David Johnson Jr., were also arrested and charged in connection with the case. Fisher was accused of helping dispose of evidence, while Johnson was charged with helping Yazid after the crime. The involvement of multiple people in covering up the crime made the case even more disturbing. The case became not just a story about Anaya's tragic death, but also a catalyst for change in Alabama's legal system. Anaya's family channeled their grief into advocacy, pushing for reform to the state's bail system. They argued that violent offenders like Yazid, who had been out on bond for previous serious charges, should not be released back onto the streets where they could harm others. In 2022, Alabama voters overwhelmingly approved a constitutional amendment known as Anaya's Law. The law allows judges to deny bail to defendants charged with violent felonies if they are deemed a threat to the community. The amendment was designed to prevent situations like the one that had allowed Yazid to be free despite facing serious criminal charges. Anaya's family found some solace in knowing that her death might prevent similar tragedies in the future. Ibrahim Yazid's trial has faced multiple delays, but he remains in custody awaiting trial on capital murder charges. Prosecutors are seeking the death penalty, arguing that the kidnapping and taking of Anaya's life was especially heinous and demonstrated a complete disregard for human life. The trial, when it occurs, will bring the painful details of Anaya's final hours into public view. For Anaya's family, particularly her mother Angela Harris and stepfather Walt Harris, the loss has been devastating. They have spoken publicly about their grief, about the hole left in their lives by Anaya's absence. They've shared memories of Anaya's infectious smile, her kindness, and her dreams for the future. They've also talked about the importance of staying vigilant and aware of surroundings, hoping to help others avoid similar tragedies. Anaya Blanchard was a young woman who stopped at a convenience store on an ordinary night, expecting to go about her evening like any other. Instead, she encountered a predator who saw her as a victim. She was kidnapped, taken from her life, her family, and all the future experiences she should have had. Her case reminds us that danger can strike in the most ordinary circumstances, and that young people must remain aware of their surroundings, even in familiar places. The legacy of Anaya's Law stands as a testament to her family's determination to create something positive from unimaginable tragedy. While nothing can bring Anaya back, the legal changes inspired by her case may protect others from violent offenders who should never have been walking free in the first place. Anaya's bright smile and loving spirit are remembered by those who knew her, and her story continues to raise awareness about the importance of public safety and bail reform across the country. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a brilliant doctoral student who seemed to have a promising future, about a professor who was found shot in his own office, and about how a botched robbery turned into a case that exposed dark secrets hidden beneath a prestigious university campus. In September 2013, the University of Alabama in Huntsville campus was rocked by a shooting that initially seemed like a random act of violence. Biology professor Amy Bishop had walked into a faculty meeting in 2010 and opened fire, ending the lives of 3 colleagues and injuring 3 others. But this story isn't about Amy Bishop. Let me tell you about a different case from a different university. In July 2013, 24-year-old nursing student Lauren Giddings was living in an apartment near Mercer University Law School in Macon, Georgia. Lauren had just graduated from law school and was preparing to take the bar exam. She was smart, ambitious, and loved by her friends and family. On June 26, 2011, Lauren's friends reported her missing after she stopped responding to calls and texts. This wasn't like her at all. When police went to check Lauren's apartment, they found it locked and seemingly undisturbed. Her car was parked outside, and there were no obvious signs of a break-in or struggle. But Lauren was nowhere to be found. Days passed with no sign of her, and the search intensified. Then on June 30th, 2011, a maintenance worker made a horrifying discovery in the trash area near the apartment complex. Human remains had been placed in a trash bin near the apartments. The body had been dismembered and placed in garbage bags. DNA testing confirmed what everyone feared. The remains belonged to Lauren Giddings. The discovery transformed the case from a missing person investigation into a homicide, and police immediately began looking at everyone who lived in or near the apartment complex. One person who drew investigators' attention was Stephen McDaniel, a fellow law school graduate who lived in the same apartment building as Lauren. Stephen had actually appeared on local news expressing concern about Lauren's disappearance, saying he hoped she would be found safe. But when police interviewed him, his behavior was bizarre and his answers were evasive. During a police interview, detectives informed Stephen that Lauren's body had been found. His reaction was strange and unsettling. He seemed to freeze, staring blankly and barely responding. The interview, which was recorded, showed Stephen sitting motionless for extended periods, giving one-word answers, and appearing to shut down emotionally. His unusual behavior made investigators more suspicious. Police obtained a search warrant for Stephen McDaniel's apartment, and what they found was deeply disturbing. Stephen had an obsession with Lauren. He had been secretly recording her through her window and had videos of her in her apartment without her knowledge. He had researched methods of disposing of bodies online. He had even purchased hacksaw blades and other items that could be used to dismember a body. Investigators also found evidence that Stephen had broken into Lauren's apartment. A key that fit her lock was discovered in his possession. The hacksaw found in his apartment was consistent with the tool used to dismember Lauren's body. The case against Stephen McDaniel was building rapidly, and the picture emerging was of a man who had become obsessed with his neighbor and had acted on that obsession in the most violent way possible. Stephen McDaniel was arrested and charged with Lauren Giddings' abduction and ending of her life. The evidence against him was overwhelming. Beyond the physical evidence found in his apartment, digital forensics revealed his disturbing online searches and his pattern of spying on Lauren. He had violated her privacy repeatedly before ultimately taking her life. The case went to trial in 2014, but before the jury could reach a verdict, Stephen McDaniel decided to enter a guilty plea. In April 2014, he pleaded guilty to all charges in exchange for a sentence of life in prison without the possibility of parole. By accepting the plea deal, he avoided a potential death penalty sentence. During the investigation and court proceedings, disturbing details emerged about how Lauren had died. Prosecutors believed that Stephen had broken into Lauren's apartment while she was sleeping, attacked her, and strangled her. He then dismembered her body in an attempt to dispose of the evidence. The crime was premeditated and showed a level of planning that made it even more chilling. Lauren's family was devastated by the loss and by the details of what had happened to her. They had watched her work hard through law school and achieve her dream of becoming a lawyer. She had been just days away from taking the bar exam when her life was stolen. Her sister Karen spoke publicly about Lauren's warmth, intelligence, and the bright future that had been taken from her. The case raised serious questions about safety in apartment complexes and about how to protect against neighbors who might have harmful intentions. Lauren had done nothing to provoke Stephen's obsession. She had simply lived her life, unaware that someone nearby was watching her and planning something terrible. The randomness of her selection as a victim made the crime even more frightening. Stephen McDaniel is currently serving his life sentence in a Georgia prison. He will never be released. During his sentencing, he showed little emotion and offered no real explanation for why he had taken Lauren's life. His lack of remorse and his strange, detached demeanor throughout the legal proceedings disturbed everyone involved in the case. The Lauren Giddings case became a reminder that danger can exist even in places that should be safe, like our own homes and apartment buildings. It highlighted the importance of being aware of surroundings and trusting instincts if something feels wrong. It also showed how modern technology, while useful, can be misused by people with harmful intentions to spy on and stalk others. Lauren Giddings was remembered by those who knew her as a dedicated student, a loyal friend, and a person with a bright future in law. She had worked hard to achieve her goals and was on the verge of beginning her legal career when her life was cut short. Her family established a scholarship in her name to help other students pursue their educational dreams, ensuring that Lauren's memory would live on in a positive way. The case of Lauren Giddings serves as a tragic reminder that evil can hide behind ordinary facades. Stephen McDaniel was a fellow law student, someone who should have been focused on his own future and career. Instead, he became obsessed with a neighbor and committed a horrific crime that destroyed multiple lives. Lauren deserved to live, to practice law, and to make the difference in the world that she had planned. Her story remains a sobering example of how violence can strike without warning and how precious and fragile life truly is. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a woman who disappeared quietly, a disappearance that at first seemed like a breakup, then a misunderstanding, and finally something far more disturbing. This is a true crime story about obsession, manipulation, and how a crime can hide in plain sight for years when the truth is slowly buried under lies. In 2012, Carrie Farver was living a stable and independent life in Iowa. She was a hardworking woman, a devoted mother to her teenage son, and someone who valued routine and responsibility. Those close to her described her as dependable and straightforward. She was not reckless. She did not disappear without explanation. She did not abandon her child. That is what made what followed so unsettling. Carrie began casually dating a man named Dave Kropa. The relationship was new, informal, and not deeply emotional. They spent time together, talked regularly, but there was no serious commitment. Dave was open about wanting to keep things light. Carrie seemed to accept that. There were no major arguments, no visible tension, nothing that suggested danger. Then, suddenly, Carrie stopped showing up. She missed work. She failed to pick up her son. Her phone went quiet in ways that felt unnatural. For a woman so consistent, so present, this absence was deeply alarming. Friends and family reached out, expecting an explanation, but instead, confusion grew. And then something strange happened. Messages began appearing. Carrie, supposedly, was texting friends, family, and coworkers. She claimed she had decided to leave town. She said she wanted a fresh start. She said she no longer wished to be contacted. The tone of these messages felt off. They were colder, shorter, unrecognizable to people who knew her well. Even more confusing, these messages did not stop. For months, then years, messages continued to come from Carrie's accounts. Emails, texts, social media posts. She appeared to be alive, active, and intentionally distant. To the outside world, It looked like a woman who had simply chosen to walk away from her life. But something did not sit right. Her mother knew something was wrong. Carrie loved her son deeply. She would never disappear without ensuring his safety. She would never cut contact completely, and she would never abandon her responsibilities so abruptly. The longer the silence lasted, the more unsettling it became. At the same time, Dave Kropa began experiencing something terrifying. He started receiving threatening messages. Thousands of them. They accused him of betrayal, cruelty, and abandonment. They were obsessive, relentless, and emotionally volatile. Whoever was sending them seemed to know intimate details of his life. His car was vandalized. His home was damaged. His workplace was contacted. The messages appeared to come from Carrie, but the behavior did not match the woman he knew. As time passed, the messages grew darker, more aggressive, more unstable. Dave contacted police multiple times, believing he was being stalked. The assumption was simple. Carrie, heartbroken and angry, had turned obsessive. Years went by. Carrie was still missing, and the messages still continued. What investigators did not realize at first was that this entire narrative had been carefully manufactured. Another woman had entered Dave's life around the same time Carrie disappeared. Her name was Liz Gollier. She appeared supportive, sympathetic, and deeply concerned about the harassment Dave was facing. She positioned herself as an ally, a protector, someone who understood his fear. In reality, Liz was controlling everything. Liz had become obsessed with Dave. When she realized he was seeing Carrie, she made a decision that would destroy multiple lives. Evidence later revealed that Liz murdered Carrie shortly after she disappeared, though Carrie's body has never been found. After killing her, Liz took over her identity. She sent messages pretending to be Carrie. She maintained the illusion for years. She created an entire false digital life, carefully crafting texts and posts to suggest Carrie was alive and deliberately distant. She manipulated friends, family, and police, all while maintaining her own presence as a victim of harassment. Liz even sent threatening messages to herself. She staged attacks. She vandalized her own property. She played both roles, victim and villain, with disturbing commitment. The deception unraveled slowly. Investigators eventually noticed technical inconsistencies. IP addresses overlapped. Writing patterns matched. Phone records revealed impossible timelines. The same device was linked to messages supposedly sent by different people. What once looked like chaos began forming a clear picture. Liz was arrested. During interrogation and trial, the depth of her manipulation became clear. She had spent years maintaining lies, carefully responding to messages as two separate people, sometimes holding conversations with herself. She showed no immediate remorse. Instead, she focused on control, insisting she had been misunderstood. In 2017, Liz Gollier was convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison without parole. Carrie Farver was declared legally dead. This story lingers not because of violence alone, but because of how quietly it unfolded. Because for years, the truth existed beneath layers of messages, screens, and false narratives. Because a woman was erased, not just physically, but digitally, rewritten into someone she never was. And because it reminds us that sometimes the most disturbing crimes are not loud. They are patient, they are meticulous, and they hide behind ordinary interactions, waiting for time to do the work of deception. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who was trusted by parents, respected by politicians, admired by neighbors, and welcomed into homes without hesitation. A man who used smiles, handshakes, and community service to build a disguise so effective that it allowed him to murder again and again while people thanked him for his kindness. This is a true crime story about masks, manipulation, and how evil can hide behind the loudest appearance of normal life. John Wayne Gacy was born in Chicago in 1942 into a household ruled by fear and contradiction. His father was violent, alcoholic, and deeply critical, especially toward John, whom he mocked as weak and worthless. Praise was rare, approval almost non-existent. From a young age, John learned that love was conditional and power came from dominance. He learned to perform, to please, to lie if necessary, and above all, to crave validation. As he grew older, John discovered something important about himself. He was good at talking. He was charming. He could make people laugh, make them feel comfortable, make them trust him quickly. These skills would become the foundation of everything that followed. By his 20s, John had already shown signs of deviant behavior. He was arrested once for sexual assault against a teenage boy and served time in prison. But after his release, instead of being watched closely, he was allowed to rebuild his life almost completely unchecked. He moved back to Illinois, married, started a business, and began integrating himself into the community. This is where the mask became complete. John Wayne Gacy ran a successful contracting company. He hired teenage boys and young men, often those who needed money or guidance. He paid them. He joked with them. He treated them like friends. Parents trusted him because he seemed responsible. Police trusted him because he was active in civic organizations. Politicians trusted him because he volunteered tirelessly for local events. And then there was the clown. Gacy performed at hospitals and charity events dressed as a clown he called Pogo. Children laughed. Adults smiled. Cameras flashed. The image of a man who brought joy to others became deeply embedded in the public perception of who he was. No one imagined that the same hands holding balloons had also strangled, beaten, and buried dozens of young men. The murders began quietly in the early 1970s. Gacy lured victims to his home with promises of work, alcohol, or a place to stay. Once inside, the atmosphere shifted. He used handcuffs as part of what he claimed was a magic trick. Once restrained, escape became impossible. He tortured and killed his victims slowly, often strangling them, sometimes assaulting them before death. What makes this story particularly horrifying is not just the violence, but the logistics. Gacy buried many of his victims beneath his house, in the crawl space, under the floorboards. He continued living there. He hosted parties. He invited guests over. He slept feet above decomposing bodies. When the smell became noticeable, he blamed dampness, sewage issues, or dead animals. People believed him because they wanted to believe him, because the alternative was too disturbing to consider. Over the years, young men kept disappearing. Some were reported missing. Some were not. Many came from unstable backgrounds. Police dismissed early concerns, assuming the victims had run away or left town. When parents complained, Gacy was questioned more than once. Each time, he talked his way through it. Calm, cooperative, convincing. He even passed background checks. He continued killing. Everything changed in December 1978 when a 15-year-old boy named Robert Pius disappeared after mentioning a job opportunity with Gacy. This time, the circumstances did not allow police to ignore it. The boy had been reliable. He had a strong family. He vanished suddenly. Investigators searched Gacy's house. At first, they found nothing concrete, but something felt wrong. The smell, the inconsistencies in his statements, the sheer number of young men connected to him. Surveillance was established. They watched him closely. During this period, Gacy dumped several bodies into the Des Plaines River, trying desperately to reduce the evidence beneath his home. But it was too late. The walls were closing in. When police finally obtained a warrant and began digging beneath the house, the truth emerged slowly, then overwhelmingly. Body after body, layered, packed. 33 victims in total, making John Wayne Gacy one of the most prolific serial killers in American history. When arrested, Gacy shifted between confidence and panic. He tried to maintain control, but it was gone. During interrogation, he spoke in circles, contradicted himself, and occasionally bragged. He claimed alternate personalities. He blamed others. None of it worked. At trial, the evidence was unbearable. Families sat through descriptions of how their sons had been tortured and killed. The jury convicted Gacy of multiple counts of murder. He was sentenced to death. In prison, Gacy continued performing, this time as an artist. He painted clowns. He sold them. He signed them with his name. Even in confinement, He clung to the identity he believed protected him. John Wayne Gacy was executed in 1994. This story endures not because of spectacle, but because of betrayal. He was not a shadowy stranger. He was the man parents trusted with their children. He was the neighbor who volunteered. He was the clown who made people laugh. And beneath that carefully constructed image was a predator who understood one terrifying truth. People are less afraid of monsters when they are smiling. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who lived quietly for decades, who attended church, raised children, and worked an ordinary job, while secretly conducting a private war against strangers. This is a true murder story about patience, ritual, and how a killer who believed he was smarter than everyone else was ultimately undone by his own need to be seen. For more than 30 years, the city of Wichita, Kansas lived with an invisible presence. There was no constant fear, no nightly sirens, no sense that danger was nearby. And yet, over time, people began to realize that something was moving silently through their neighborhoods, entering homes without force, watching, waiting, and leaving death behind. The man responsible would eventually give himself a name, one that sounded almost childish, but the reality behind it was methodical and cold. His name was Dennis Rader. Dennis Rader was born in 1945 and grew up in a strict household. He described his childhood as lonely, emotionally distant, and rigid. He learned early to suppress emotion and to follow rules outwardly, even while cultivating a rich inner world of fantasies he never shared. As an adult, he married, had 2 children, and settled into a life that appeared stable and respectable. He worked as a compliance officer, enforcing city codes, issuing fines, and lecturing residents on order and discipline. To many, he was annoying but unremarkable. But beneath that exterior, Dennis Rader was carefully constructing something else. In his mind, murder was not impulsive. It was ceremonial. It required preparation, control, and time. He studied houses, routines, and family structures. He broke into homes in advance, hiding supplies, learning layouts, and imagining what he would eventually do. This process mattered to him as much as the act itself, sometimes more. In January 1974, he committed his first known murders. He entered the home of the Otero family. Inside were parents Joseph and Julie and their 2 young children. What followed was brutal and methodical. Rader bound, strangled, and killed each of them. There was no robbery, no chaos, only control. He left without being seen. The city was stunned. There was no clear motive, no suspect, no pattern that made sense. Months passed, then years, and then it happened again. Rader began killing sporadically, sometimes waiting years between murders. He targeted women and families. He stalked them beforehand, sometimes for weeks. He bound them, tortured them psychologically, and strangled them slowly. He documented his crimes privately through writing and photographs, preserving memories to revisit later. What made Rader different was not just the killings. It was his need to communicate. He sent letters to the media and police, taunting them, describing his crimes, and demanding recognition. He coined his own nickname, BTK, standing for Bind, Torture, Kill. He wanted the city to know that the murders were connected, that there was a single intelligence behind them, watching and choosing when to strike. Then suddenly, in the early 1990s, the killing stopped. BTK vanished. For more than a decade, there were no letters, no murders, no signs. Many believed the killer had died or moved away. Wichita slowly returned to normal life. Dennis Rader continued working, attending church, and raising his children, who had no idea what he had done. But inside him, the need never disappeared. In 2004, after years of silence, BTK resurfaced. He began sending letters again, referencing old murders and including details only the killer would know. Police reopened the case with modern technology. The city once again felt the unease of being watched. Rader believed he was still in control. At one point, he asked police in a letter whether a floppy disk could be traced. When police publicly responded that it could not, Rader believed them. He sent a disk containing metadata tied directly to a computer at his church, and a document authored by a user named Dennis. It was over. Police quietly traced the evidence, confirmed his identity, and arrested Dennis Rader in February 2005. When confronted, he did not resist. He spoke calmly. He asked how long it would take to search his home. Later, in court, he confessed. Not emotionally, not regretfully, but methodically. He described each murder in detail, walking the court through his preparations, his thinking, and his actions. Families of victims listened as he recounted their loved ones' final moments with disturbing clarity. He showed no visible remorse. Dennis Rader was sentenced to 10 consecutive life terms in prison. Today, he remains incarcerated, removed from the world he once believed he controlled. His letters stopped. His voice faded. His name became a warning rather than a title. This story is chilling not because of speed or chaos, but because of time. Because it shows how someone can live among others for decades while carrying something unspeakable inside. How patience can be more dangerous than rage, and how even the most meticulous control can unravel with a single mistake. Some crimes scream for attention. Others wait quietly, breathing slowly, confident they will never be discovered. But time, memory, and truth have a way of catching up, even to those who believe they are invisible. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a young mother who disappeared after dropping her son off at daycare, about a husband who seemed desperate to find his missing wife, and about how investigators discovered that a seemingly devoted family man had been living a double life that led him to commit an unspeakable crime. In May 2010, 25-year-old Kinsey Houck was 7 months pregnant and living with her fiancé Chris Brown and their blended family in rural Pennsylvania. Wait, that's a different case. Let me tell you the correct story. In September 2012, 30-year-old Jennifer Dullos was a successful writer and mother of 5 children living in an affluent suburb of Connecticut. She was going through a contentious divorce from her husband Fotis Dullos, and the couple was battling over custody of their children. Jennifer had moved out of the family home and was living in a rental house in New Canaan with the kids. On the morning of May 24th, 2019, Jennifer dropped her children off at school and returned home. That was the last time anyone saw her alive. When Jennifer failed to pick up her children from school that afternoon, friends immediately knew something was wrong. Jennifer was an extremely devoted mother who would never miss picking up her kids. Police were called, and a missing person investigation began. Officers went to Jennifer's home and found her car parked in the garage. Inside the house, they discovered signs of a violent struggle. There was blood evidence throughout the garage and house, with attempts having been made to clean it up. The amount of blood suggested that whoever had been injured was unlikely to have survived. Jennifer's phone and purse were missing, but her car was there, indicating she hadn't left voluntarily. Police immediately suspected foul play and began investigating. The contentious divorce and custody battle made Jennifer's estranged husband Fotis Dullos an obvious person of interest. Fotis was a luxury home builder who had been struggling financially. The divorce was costing him money, and Jennifer had been asking for sole custody of their 5 children. Fotis had a clear motive if Jennifer was out of the way. Investigators began tracking Fotis's movements on the day Jennifer disappeared. Surveillance footage from around New Canaan showed a vehicle matching Fotis's truck in Jennifer's neighborhood around the time she would have returned home from school drop-off. Additional surveillance footage from Hartford, Connecticut showed Fotis and his girlfriend Michelle Triconis driving around the city that evening, stopping at various locations to dispose of garbage bags. Police retrieved the garbage bags from trash receptacles along the route Fotis and Michelle had taken. Inside the bags, they found items containing Jennifer's blood, including bloodied clothing, sponges used for cleaning, and zip ties. The evidence strongly suggested that Fotis had attacked Jennifer at her home, and he and Michelle had attempted to dispose of evidence afterward. Fotis Dullos was arrested in June 2019 and charged with tampering with evidence and hindering prosecution. Michelle Triconis was also arrested on similar charges. Both initially denied any involvement in Jennifer's disappearance. As the investigation continued, police also arrested Fotis's friend and attorney Kent Mawany, alleging he had helped Fotis plan Jennifer's disappearance. Despite extensive searches throughout Connecticut, Jennifer's body was never found. Police searched properties owned by Fotis, areas near where evidence had been disposed of, and numerous other locations based on tips and cell phone data. Dive teams searched bodies of water, and search dogs were deployed across the region. But there was no sign of Jennifer. In January 2020, Fotis Dullos was arrested again, this time charged with capital murder, felony murder, and kidnapping in connection with Jennifer's disappearance and presumed death. Prosecutors believed they had enough evidence to charge him with taking Jennifer's life even without having found her body. The blood evidence, the surveillance footage, and the pattern of attempts to cover up the crime built a strong circumstantial case. Just days after being charged with ending Jennifer's life, Fotis Dullos attempted to take his own life at his home. He was found in his garage with carbon monoxide poisoning from his vehicle's exhaust. He was rushed to the hospital but never regained consciousness. On January 30th, 2020, Fotis Dullos died, bringing an end to any possibility of a trial that might have revealed what happened to Jennifer. Fotis's death left many questions unanswered. Jennifer's body has never been recovered, meaning her family has been unable to properly lay her to rest. The 5 children Jennifer and Fotis shared lost both their mother, who disappeared, and their father, who took his own life after being charged with her ending. The children have been raised by Jennifer's mother, Gloria Farber, who has worked to preserve Jennifer's memory for them. Michelle Triconis went to trial in 2024 for her role in helping Fotis cover up the crime. She was convicted of conspiracy to commit murder, tampering with evidence, and hindering prosecution. Prosecutors argued that Michelle had known what Fotis was planning and had helped him both before and after Jennifer's disappearance. She was sentenced to multiple years in prison. Kent Mawney, Fotis's friend and attorney, was also charged with conspiracy to commit ending of life. Prosecutors alleged that he had helped Fotis plan Jennifer's disappearance and had provided an alibi. His case was still working through the court's years after the crime occurred. The evidence suggests that on the morning of May 24th, 2019, Fotis was lying in wait at Jennifer's home when she returned from dropping the children at school. He attacked her in the garage, taking her life in a violent assault. He then disposed of her body in a location that has never been found, despite years of searching. The cleanup attempts and evidence disposal show planning and consciousness of guilt. Jennifer Dullos was a devoted mother who put her children first in everything she did. She had been working on a book and pursuing her passion for writing while raising 5 kids. She had found the courage to leave a difficult marriage and was fighting for custody of her children because she believed it was best for them. She deserved to continue being a mother to her kids and see them grow up, but instead her life was stolen by someone who saw her as an obstacle. The case highlighted the dangers that women face during divorce proceedings, particularly when custody and finances are being contested. Jennifer had expressed fears for her safety in court documents related to the divorce, but those fears hadn't been enough to protect her. Her disappearance left 5 children without either parent and left a community searching for answers about what happened to a woman who simply wanted to protect her kids. Jennifer's family continues to search for her remains, hoping that someday they will be able to bring her home and give her a proper burial. They have established a foundation in her name to support victims of domestic violence and help ensure that other families don't suffer the same tragedy. Jennifer's legacy lives on through her children and through the awareness her case has brought to the dangers of domestic violence and contentious divorce situations. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a young woman who went on a first date and never came home, about a man who seemed charming online but had a dark past, and about how a family's relentless search for answers led to the discovery of a predator who thought he could get away with a perfect crime. In August 2016, 27-year-old Sydney Luff was excited about going on a date. She had matched with someone on the dating app Tinder and had been chatting with a woman named Aubrey Trail. Sydney was working at a home improvement store in Lincoln, Nebraska, and was looking forward to meeting someone new. She told her friends and co-workers about the upcoming date, and on November 15, 2016, Sydney went out to meet her date. That was the last time anyone saw Sydney Luff alive. When she didn't show up for work the next day and didn't respond to calls or texts, her friends and family knew immediately that something was wrong. Sydney was responsible and reliable. She wouldn't just disappear without telling anyone. Her worried friends reported her missing to police. Investigators began tracing Sydney's last known movements and discovered that she had gone on a date with someone she had met through Tinder. But as they dug deeper, they found that the person Sydney thought she was meeting wasn't exactly who they claimed to be. The profile belonged to a woman named Bailey Boswell, but Bailey was actually working with her boyfriend, a man named Aubrey Trail. Police obtained surveillance footage from stores where Sydney had been seen with Bailey on their date. The footage showed Sydney and Bailey together, shopping and appearing to have a normal evening. But after that night, Sydney vanished completely. Her car was found abandoned in her apartment complex parking lot, and her personal belongings were inside, suggesting she had made it home after the date but had then gone somewhere else. As investigators looked into Bailey Boswell and Aubrey Trail, they discovered a disturbing history. Aubrey Trail was a 51-year-old con artist with a criminal record. He had a history of manipulation and fraud. Bailey Boswell was 23 years old and had been in a relationship with Trail despite their significant age difference. The two were living together and appeared to be involved in some kind of scheme. Police began searching for Bailey and Aubrey, and they also started looking for any evidence that might reveal what had happened to Sydney. What they discovered was horrifying. In late November 2016, investigators found human remains scattered across rural areas in Clay County, Nebraska. The body had been dismembered and disposed of in multiple locations. DNA testing confirmed the worst fears of Sydney's family. The remains belonged to Sydney Luff. The discovery turned the missing person case into a homicide investigation. Bailey Boswell and Aubrey Trail were located and arrested. As police questioned them and searched their property, a disturbing picture emerged of what had happened to Sydney. According to the investigation, Aubrey Trail had orchestrated the entire plot. He had convinced Bailey to create the Tinder profile and lure Sydney into meeting them. Trail's plan was to kidnap and harm Sydney, and he had been fantasizing about committing such a crime. Bailey had gone along with the plan, using her appearance and charm to make Sydney feel comfortable and safe. On the night Sydney disappeared, she had gone back to Trail and Boswell's apartment after the initial date. Once there, Trail attacked and strangled Sydney while Bailey was present. After taking Sydney's life, the couple dismembered her body and disposed of the remains in multiple locations, thinking they could hide the evidence of their crime. During the investigation, police found disturbing evidence in Trail and Boswell's apartment and storage units. They discovered tools that had been used to dismember Sydney's body, cleaning supplies purchased to eliminate evidence, and personal items belonging to Sydney. They also found videos and messages that showed Trail had been planning to commit violence and that Bailey had been a willing participant. Both Bailey Boswell and Aubrey Trail were charged with first-degree ending of life. Trail's trial began in June 2019. The prosecution presented overwhelming evidence, including the forensic evidence from the crime scene, surveillance footage showing Sydney with Bailey, and testimony about Trail's violent fantasies and plans. During his trial, Aubrey Trail made shocking courtroom outbursts. At one point, he slashed his own throat in the courtroom with a razor blade, causing a chaotic scene before he was subdued and given medical treatment. He survived the suicide attempt, and the trial continued. Trail's bizarre and attention-seeking behavior demonstrated his unstable and manipulative personality. In July 2019, Aubrey Trail was convicted of first-degree ending of Sydney Luff's life. He was sentenced to death by a 3-judge panel. Trail showed no genuine remorse for what he had done and continued to behave erratically throughout the proceedings. His death sentence reflected the premeditated and heinous nature of his crime. Bailey Boswell's trial took place in October 2020. The prosecution argued that she was not merely a passive participant, but had actively helped Trail plan and execute the crime. They showed that Bailey had lured Sydney using the dating app, had been present during the attack, and had helped dispose of the body. Bailey claimed she had been manipulated and controlled by Trail, but the evidence showed she had been a willing participant. Bailey Boswell was also convicted of first-degree ending of life. She became one of the few women in Nebraska history to be sentenced to death. The judge and jury rejected her claims that she was a victim of Trail's manipulation, finding instead that she had made conscious choices to participate in the kidnapping and taking of Sydney's life. Sydney Loof's family has endured unimaginable pain since her disappearance and death. Sydney was a kind, trusting young woman who was simply trying to meet new people and enjoy life. She had no way of knowing that the dating profile she matched with was part of a trap set by two people looking for a victim. The case highlighted the potential dangers of online dating and the importance of safety precautions when meeting people from apps. Sydney had told friends about her date and had seemed to take reasonable precautions, but she still encountered predators who saw her as prey rather than a person. Sydney's family has worked to honor her memory by raising awareness about online dating safety and supporting other families who have lost loved ones to violence. They remember Sydney for her bright smile, her love of animals, and her kind heart. She was taken from them by two people who valued their twisted desires more than human life. But Sydney is remembered for who she was, not for how she died. Aubrey Trail and Bailey Boswell remain on death row in Nebraska, where they will likely spend years in appeals before any execution could take place. But regardless of when or if their sentences are carried out, they have already lost their freedom and will never again be able to harm anyone the way they harmed Sydney Loof. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who moved through California like a ghost, a man who watched homes long before stepping inside them, a man who left entire neighborhoods sleeping with lights on for years. For decades, he seemed to vanish after every attack, dissolving into the suburbs as if the land itself protected him. His crimes haunted the state, earned him multiple nicknames, and terrified investigators who could never quite catch up to him. This is the true story of the Golden State Killer, a predator who hid in plain sight while living a quiet, ordinary life no one ever suspected. The story begins in the early 1970s in a peaceful area east of Sacramento. Back then, the neighborhoods were quiet, predictable, stable. Families moved there because it felt safe. There were no major fears, no major crime waves, nothing to suggest danger. Houses were built close together, separated by fences and narrow walkways. Children rode bikes in the streets. People left windows open on cool nights, and residents believed nothing truly bad could happen in such a comfortable place. Then someone began slipping through those neighborhoods like a shadow. He moved silently, cutting through yards, slipping over fences, studying routines. He broke into homes when people were away, learning the layout, memorizing exits, understanding exactly how long it would take for someone to react. When he finally attacked, it was clear he had been preparing. He knew where people slept. He knew where they kept their phones. He knew the blind spots. This was not random. It was calculated. At first, police thought the break-ins were connected to a desperate opportunist with no real plan. They were wrong. The attacks escalated quickly. Homes were targeted for specific reasons. Victims were watched for days before anything happened. The man moved with confidence, striking in one neighborhood, then another, then another. Residents began hearing strange noises at night, footsteps on gravel, whispers of movement in backyards. Dogs barked at empty air. People started locking windows for the first time. He became known as the East Area Rapist, a name whispered on local news stations with growing fear. The pattern was impossible to ignore. He attacked couples. He separated them. He controlled them. And after he left, nothing felt safe anymore. Entire communities held town meetings begging police for protection. Stores ran out of locks. People bought floodlights and alarm systems. Officers patrolled streets through the night, looking for someone who never seemed to appear when watched. Then, as suddenly as he started, the attacker vanished from the Sacramento area. Police hoped he had been arrested for another crime or fled the state completely. But months later, a new string of terrifying attacks began hundreds of miles south in Contra Costa County. The method was the same. The planning was the same. The chilling calmness was identical. They realized he had simply moved, adapting to new landscapes with the same cold precision. By the 1980s, the attacks suddenly changed again. New crimes in Southern California showed a sophistication no one expected. This offender no longer left people alive. Detectives connected scenes from Irvine, Ventura, Goleta, Dana Point. The violence escalated. The brutality intensified. At first, investigators thought they were dealing with an entirely different killer. But subtle forensic details matched the earlier crimes. The community gave him a new name, one that reflected the fear spreading across the state: the original Night Stalker. Years passed, then decades. The attacks stopped in 1986. The man simply disappeared from the record. People moved, rebuilt, tried to forget. But the case files remained open. The detectives who once chased him retired. New detectives studied the same files again and again, hoping for something the previous generation missed. Technology improved. DNA databases expanded. But the identity of the killer remained unknown for more than 30 years. During these decades of silence, the man responsible lived a startlingly ordinary life. He bought groceries. He went to work. He raised a family. He blended into everyday routines so well that even those closest to him had no idea he carried a history that once paralyzed an entire state with fear. This was the part no one could accept. The predator who terrorized California had hidden inside a perfectly normal shell. Everything changed in the late 2010s when genealogical DNA techniques emerged. Cold case analysts uploaded genetic material from the crime scenes into public genealogy databases to look for distant relatives. The results pointed toward a single family with deep roots in California. From there, investigators built a family tree, tracing it branch by branch until one name stood out: Joseph James DeAngelo, a former police officer who had worked in the same regions where the attacks began. Detectives quietly followed him, collecting discarded items to compare with the old crime scene DNA. A tissue, an object from his trash, a sample from his car door handle. When the results came back, there was no doubt left. It was him. In April 2018, officers surrounded a small suburban home in Citrus Heights. DeAngelo stepped outside, wearing a calm expression, as though he had expected nothing more than a normal day. It was a strange moment for the detectives who had studied the case their entire careers. The figure standing in the driveway was older, thinner, grayer, but behind that aging exterior was the same man who once prowled through the night like a predator studying its hunting grounds. The arrest stunned the nation. For decades, people believed the Golden State Killer would never be caught. Many of the original detectives had passed away, carrying the frustration of an unsolved case to their graves. Families of victims had lived entire lifetimes without answers. And now, in a quiet Northern California neighborhood, the ghost they had chased for so long was suddenly flesh and blood, standing handcuffed beside a patrol car. Prosecutors assembled a massive case. DeAngelo eventually admitted to multiple murders and dozens of assaults. Courtrooms were filled with survivors who spoke about the fear that followed them for decades. Through it all, the man who once terrorized California remained mostly silent, staring ahead with an expression that revealed nothing. In 2020, he was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. What makes the Golden State Killer story so haunting is not just the scale of his crimes, but the longevity of his anonymity. He had slipped past countless patrols, blended into multiple cities, changed his hunting grounds, and left investigators with nothing but frustration. He lived in the same state where he committed his crimes, shopped in the same stores as his victims, walked in the same neighborhoods he once stalked. The truth is that some people build entire identities around appearing normal. They participate in everyday life, smile for photographs, pay taxes, and make plans. They hide the darkest parts of themselves underneath layers of routine. And for years, nobody sees the truth until a single piece of evidence unveils everything hiding beneath the surface. The story of the Golden State Killer is a reminder that even decades of silence cannot erase what happened, and justice can arrive even when it seems impossible. It shows how much dedication, technology, and persistence it takes to unmask someone who spent a lifetime pretending to be harmless. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a beautiful college student who vanished during spring break about a young man whose lies unraveled on national television, and about how a vacation paradise became the setting for a mystery that remains unsolved to this day. In May 2005, 18-year-old Natalie Holloway traveled to Aruba with over 100 classmates from Mountain Brook High School in Alabama to celebrate their graduation. It was supposed to be a carefree week of fun in the sun before they all headed off to college. Natalie was an honor student with a full scholarship to the University of Alabama. She had her whole future ahead of her. But on the last night of the trip, she disappeared without a trace. On May 30th, 2005, Natalie and her friends went to Carlos and Charlie's, a popular bar and restaurant in Oranjestad, the capital of Aruba. Witnesses saw Natalie drinking and dancing with friends. Around 1:30 in the morning, as her classmates were preparing to return to their hotel, several people saw Natalie leave the bar with 3 local young men. She got into a car with them and drove away. That was the last confirmed sighting of Natalie Holloway. The 3 men were Joran van der Sloot, a 17-year-old Dutch student living in Aruba, and brothers Deepak and Satish Kalpo. Joran was the son of a lawyer and judicial official on the island. He had met Natalie at a casino earlier in the week and had been spending time with her and her friends. The Kalpo brothers were friends of Joran who had agreed to give them a ride that night. When Natalie didn't show up for her flight home the next morning, her friends immediately knew something was wrong. This wasn't like her. She was responsible and organized. She wouldn't just miss her flight. They contacted hotel staff and local police, and a search began. But precious hours had already been lost. Natalie's mother, Beth Holloway, flew to Aruba as soon as she heard her daughter was missing. She began her own investigation, going to bars and hotels, showing Natalie's photo, and desperately searching for any information. The Aruban police investigation moved slowly, and Beth felt they weren't taking the case seriously enough. The frustration and anguish of not knowing what happened to her daughter was unbearable. Within days, police identified Joran van der Sloot and the Kalpo brothers as the last people seen with Natalie. The 3 young men were brought in for questioning, and their stories immediately raised red flags. They claimed they had dropped Natalie off at her hotel around 2 in the morning and watched her walk toward the lobby. But hotel security footage showed no sign of Natalie returning that night. When confronted with this inconsistency, the 3 changed their story. Now they said they had actually dropped Natalie off at a different location near some fishermen's huts on the beach. They claimed she wanted to see sharks and insisted on getting out there. This story seemed even less believable. Why would an intoxicated teenage girl want to go to a dark beach alone at 2 in the morning? As the investigation continued, the stories kept changing. Joran would later claim he and Natalie had gone to the beach, that they had fooled around, but that she was alive when he left her there. He said he called Deepak to pick him up and left Natalie on the beach. But physical evidence didn't support this version either. The 3 suspects were arrested and released multiple times over the following months. Each time, investigators hoped to break through their lies and find out what really happened to Natalie. But without her body and without any witnesses to what occurred after she left the bar, building a case was extremely difficult. The case became an international media sensation. News crews descended on Aruba. Nancy Grace and other television personalities covered the story extensively. Natalie's face was everywhere. Her family appeared on every major news program, pleading for information and criticizing the Aruban investigation. The attention put enormous pressure on Aruban authorities. Massive searches were conducted across the island. Volunteers combed beaches, searched landfills, and investigated abandoned buildings. Dutch Marines brought in specialized equipment to search underwater areas. The FBI sent agents to assist. Despite all these efforts, no trace of Natalie was found. No body, no clothing, no evidence of what happened to her after she got in that car. Joran van der Sloot became the focus of intense scrutiny. His behavior was suspicious and his lies were constant. He seemed to enjoy the media attention, giving interviews where he would hint at knowing more than he was saying. He appeared on television with his lawyer, smirking and seeming unconcerned about a missing girl. His attitude enraged people following the case. In 2007, A hidden camera investigation by Dutch television captured Joran apparently confessing to being involved in Natalie's death. He claimed she had convulsions on the beach and died, and that he had called a friend to help dispose of her body in the ocean. But Joran later claimed he was lying to impress the person he was talking to, and prosecutors couldn't use the recording as evidence because of how it was obtained. Years passed with no resolution. In 2012, Natalie was legally declared dead, but her body has never been found. Her family never got the closure of being able to lay her to rest. They never got definitive answers about what happened to her that night in Aruba. The case took a disturbing turn in 2010 when Joran van der Sloot ended the life of another young woman, 21-year-old Stephanie Flores Ramirez in Peru. Stephanie was found beaten to death in Joran's hotel room in Lima. This happened exactly 5 years to the day after Natalie disappeared. Joran was convicted of taking Stephanie's life and sentenced to 28 years in a Peruvian prison. The Flores case seemed to confirm what many had believed all along, that Joran van der Sloot was capable of violence against young women and had likely been responsible for Natalie's death as well. In 2023, Joran was extradited to the United States to face charges related to extortion. He had attempted to extort money from Natalie's family in exchange for information about what happened to her. As part of a plea deal, Joran finally confessed to ending Natalie's life. He admitted that he and Natalie had been on the beach, that she had rejected his advances, and that he had attacked her in anger. He said he pushed her face into the sand and hit her with a cinder block, then dragged her body into the ocean. He provided these details to prosecutors and Natalie's family as part of his plea agreement. While the confession provided some answers, it brought little comfort to Natalie's family. Beth Holloway had spent 18 years searching for the truth about what happened to her daughter. Learning the horrific details of how Natalie died was devastating, and the fact that Joran showed no genuine remorse made it worse. Natalie Holloway was a bright, beautiful young woman with her whole life ahead of her. She should have come home from that graduation trip and gone to college. Instead, she encountered a dangerous predator who took her life and then lied about it for nearly 2 decades. Her case serves as a tragic reminder of the vulnerability young people face when traveling and the evil that can hide behind a friendly smile. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a nurse who was supposed to care for premature babies, but instead became their killer, about a hospital ward where infant deaths suddenly skyrocketed, and about how one woman's actions devastated dozens of families before anyone realized what was happening. In the early 1980s, Bexar County Hospital in San Antonio, Texas had a problem. The pediatric intensive care unit was experiencing an unusual number of infant deaths and medical emergencies. Babies who had been stable would suddenly go into cardiac arrest for no apparent medical reason. The staff was baffled and concerned, but they couldn't identify what was causing these mysterious crises. What they didn't know was that one of their own nurses was deliberately harming the babies in her care. Her name was Janine Jones, and between 1981 and 1982, she is believed to have injured or ended the lives of up to 60 infants and children, making her one of the most prolific killers in American history. Janine Jones became a licensed vocational nurse in 1977 and began working in the pediatric intensive care unit at Bexar County Hospital in San Antonio. She seemed dedicated to her work, often volunteering for extra shifts and showing deep emotional investment in her young patients. When babies under her care experienced medical crises, she would spring into action, working frantically to save them. But colleagues began noticing a disturbing pattern. The medical emergencies seemed to happen disproportionately during Janine's shifts. Babies would be fine, then suddenly crash when she was caring for them. She always seemed to be present when these crises occurred, always ready to jump in and try to save the day. Janine's method was insidious. She would inject babies with dangerous substances, including digoxin, a heart medication that in large doses can cause cardiac arrest, and heparin, a blood thinner that could cause hemorrhaging. She would also inject succinylcholine, a paralytic drug that stops breathing. These drugs were available in the hospital, and as a nurse, Janine had access to them. After injecting a baby with one of these substances, she would wait for the inevitable medical crisis. The baby would stop breathing or go into cardiac arrest. Alarms would sound. Other staff would rush in, and Janine would be right there, performing CPR, calling for help, doing everything possible to save the baby she had just poisoned. Sometimes the babies survived these episodes. Sometimes they didn't. But whether they lived or died, Janine got what she wanted: attention, drama, and the opportunity to play the hero. She craved the excitement of medical emergencies and the recognition that came from being seen as a dedicated nurse fighting to save young lives. The hospital staff grew increasingly suspicious. Doctors noticed that the pediatric ICU death rate had increased significantly. Nurses whispered among themselves about the pattern of emergencies during Janine's shifts. Some even nicknamed her the death nurse, though no one said it to her face or reported their suspicions to administrators. In 1982, hospital administrators finally took action, but not in the way you might expect. Rather than report their suspicions to law enforcement or the state nursing board, they simply asked Janine to resign. She did, and she immediately found work at a pediatric clinic in the small town of Kerrville, Texas. At the Kerrville clinic, the pattern continued. Janine worked for Dr. Kathleen Holland, a pediatrician who had recently opened her practice. Almost immediately, children who came in for routine visits began experiencing mysterious medical emergencies while under Janine's care. One of her victims was 15-month-old Chelsea McClellan, who was brought to the clinic in September 1982 for a routine checkup and immunizations. Chelsea was a healthy, happy toddler. There was no reason to expect anything would go wrong. But shortly after Janine gave her injections, Chelsea stopped breathing. Janine performed CPR while Dr. Holland called an ambulance. Chelsea was rushed to a nearby hospital, but she could not be saved. She was pronounced dead shortly after arrival. The official cause of death was listed as sudden infant death syndrome, even though Chelsea was older than the typical SIDS victim and had died in a clinic, not at home in her sleep. Chelsea's parents were devastated, but had no reason to suspect anything other than a tragic medical event. Dr. Holland was confused and concerned, but she trusted her nurse and assumed it had been a terrible coincidence. But then it happened again and again. Over the next few weeks, multiple children came to the clinic for routine care and experienced sudden, life-threatening medical crises. Some survived, others didn't. Dr. Holland began to realize something was terribly wrong. Dr. Holland started investigating and discovered that all of the emergencies had occurred when Janine was alone with the children. She also found that bottles of medication in the clinic had been tampered with, their contents replaced or diluted. She confronted Janine, who denied any wrongdoing, but Dr. Holland had seen enough. She fired Janine immediately and reported her suspicions to authorities. Law enforcement began investigating, and they quickly uncovered the pattern of deaths and emergencies that had followed Janine from Behar County Hospital to the Kerrville Clinic. They exhumed Chelsea McClellan's body and performed a thorough autopsy. Toxicology tests revealed she had been injected with a lethal dose of suspenseful, a drug that had no legitimate reason to be given to a healthy toddler during a routine checkup. Janine Jones was arrested in 1984 and charged with taking Chelsea McClellan's life and with injuring several other children. The investigation revealed that she had likely harmed dozens more, but many cases were difficult to prove because the drugs she used break down quickly in the body, making them hard to detect after death. During her trial, prosecutors presented evidence of the pattern of emergencies and deaths that had occurred during Janine's shifts. Medical experts testified about the drugs found in Chelsea's body and how they could only have been administered deliberately. Colleagues testified about their suspicions and the disturbing pattern they had observed. Janine maintained her innocence, claiming she was being scapegoated for unfortunate medical events that were beyond anyone's control. She portrayed herself as a dedicated nurse who had done everything possible to save the children in her care. But the evidence against her was overwhelming. In 1984, Janine Jones was convicted of taking Chelsea McClellan's life and injuring another child, Rolando Santos. She was sentenced to 99 years in prison for the elimination and 60 years for the injury, to be served concurrently. Under Texas law at the time, she would have been eligible for parole after serving just 1/3 of her sentence. The case raised disturbing questions about how Janine had been able to harm so many children for so long without being stopped. Hospital administrators at Behar County had suspected something was wrong, but had chosen to quietly dismiss her rather than investigate thoroughly and report her to authorities. This decision allowed her to continue her crimes at another location. The case also highlighted gaps in the healthcare system's ability to track and prevent medical professionals who harm patients. There was no centralized database to flag problematic healthcare workers. Janine was able to move from one job to another despite the suspicions that followed her. For the families of Janine's victims, the revelations were devastating. Parents who had trusted her with their sick and vulnerable children had to face the reality that she had deliberately harmed or ended their lives. Many families had blamed themselves or felt guilty about their children's deaths, never knowing that those deaths had been caused by someone who was supposed to be caring for them. Over the years, as more information came to light, the suspected number of Janine's victims grew. Some estimates put the number as high as 60 children who died or were injured during her time as a nurse. Most of these cases could never be proven in court because too much time had passed and evidence was no longer available. In 2017, Janine Jones was scheduled to be released from prison on mandatory parole due to Texas laws that were in effect when she was sentenced. The prospect of her release caused outrage among victims' families and the public. Prosecutors scrambled to bring additional charges against her to keep her imprisoned. They successfully indicted her for the deaths of several more children, including 5 infants who had died at Behar County Hospital during her time working there. In 2018, Janine pleaded guilty to taking the life of 11-month-old Joshua Sawyer in 1981. She was sentenced to life in prison. The new sentence ensured that Janine Jones would remain in prison for the rest of her life. She is currently incarcerated in Texas and will never be released. She is now in her 70s and has spent decades behind bars for her crimes. The motive behind Janine's actions remains a subject of debate among criminal psychologists. The most common theory is that she suffered from Munchausen syndrome by proxy, a psychological disorder where a caregiver deliberately harms someone in their care to gain attention and sympathy. Janine seemed to crave the drama and excitement of medical emergencies and the recognition she received for responding to them. Others believe she had a hero complex, wanting to be seen as the nurse who could save babies from the brink of death. By creating medical crises, she put herself in a position to be the hero. The fact that some babies died didn't seem to bother her as much as the attention and recognition she received. Whatever her motivation, Janine Jones's actions caused immeasurable harm. She betrayed the trust that families placed in healthcare professionals. She turned places of healing into places of danger. She destroyed families and traumatized colleagues who had to live with the knowledge that they had worked alongside a killer. The case of Janine Jones led to significant changes in how hospitals track and respond to unusual patterns of patient deaths or medical emergencies. Healthcare facilities now have better protocols for investigating suspicious patterns and reporting concerns to appropriate authorities. Laws were changed to ensure that dangerous healthcare workers couldn't simply move from one facility to another without their history being known. But for the families of Janine's victims, no amount of systemic change can undo the harm she caused. Parents lost their children to someone who was supposed to protect them. Siblings grew up without their brothers and sisters. Entire families were shattered by losses that should never have occurred. Janine Jones will spend the rest of her life in prison, but that provides only limited comfort to the families whose lives she destroyed. The babies and children she harmed were innocent and vulnerable, deserving of care and protection. Instead, they encountered a nurse whose need for attention and drama was more important to her than their lives. Next story. Tonight, we look back at a quiet moment in criminal history, a case that spanned 4 decades, defying every traditional method of policing. It is a story that ultimately proves how the slow, meticulous work of investigators, combined with the groundbreaking science of tracing a family tree, can finally bring peace to a community, even when the trail has long been thought cold and dead. The crimes first began in the Central Valley of California in the 1970s, committed by an unknown person who moved with an eerie, quiet confidence. He initially targeted homes, committing numerous burglaries, often lingering within the properties, seemingly driven by a need for psychological dominance over the spaces he invaded. As his confidence grew, his actions escalated, moving from simple theft to violent attacks across multiple counties, from Sacramento in the north down to Orange County in the south. Because he moved so often, and because his methods evolved, he was known by several different names to the authorities and the public. The Visalia Ransacker, the East Area Rapist, and the Original Night Stalker. Eventually, the collective terror of his long, hidden career was summarized under the single, chilling title of the Golden State Killer. The investigation in those early years was vast and fragmented, spread across numerous local police departments, each with its own pieces of the puzzle, but no central, cohesive picture of the man behind the terror. The killer was remarkably careful, always wearing a mask, often wiping down surfaces and utilizing various methods to confuse his victims and evade detection. The frustrating reality for law enforcement was that they possessed many clues, but none that led to a specific name or person, leaving them to chase shadows and dead ends across the wide, slow-moving state. The man was a ghost, terrifyingly real, yet completely invisible to the structured world of law enforcement. Then, decades later, a quiet revolution occurred in the scientific world, a development that would fundamentally change the course of the investigation: the arrival of forensic DNA analysis. By the early 2000s, investigators had meticulously gathered the biological evidence preserved from multiple scenes and confirmed, through testing, that all of these seemingly disparate crimes were committed by the same single individual. They had the killer's unique genetic fingerprint, a definitive profile, but when they ran it through the national database of convicted offenders, known as CODIs, the results came back empty. The killer was not in the system, meaning he had never been convicted of a felony crime that required a sample, confirming he had successfully maintained a quiet, civilian life while evading justice for decades. The case then entered a period of pure, absolute patience, where the DNA evidence was preserved perfectly, waiting for a technological leap that had not yet occurred. The investigators understood that the key was in the DNA, but they had to wait for the method to unlock it. That method arrived quietly, without fanfare in the 2010s, in the form of public genetic genealogy. This involved taking the cold case DNA profile, which had no direct matches, and uploading it to a public database used by ordinary people tracing their family history. The goal was not to find the killer, but to find a distant cousin, a third or fourth relative who might have voluntarily submitted their own DNA and shared their family tree online. A dedicated team of investigators and genealogists began the meticulous, slow work of building a family tree backward in time, using the killer's profile. starting with a handful of distant matches, second and third cousins. They traced the common ancestors, slowly building out the entire family structure. This was painstaking work, resembling historical research more than traditional detective work, moving across census records, birth certificates, and obituaries, slowly mapping the lineage of an entire family line. They narrowed the list down by cross-referencing the family trees with the geographical locations of the original crimes, focusing on branches of the family that had ties to California in the 1970s. The long, focused search eventually led the patient investigators to a single specific branch of the family tree and a man who fit the age profile, the geography, and the physical descriptions provided by some of the early witnesses. That man was Joseph James DeAngelo, a former police officer who had even worked in the region during the years the crimes were taking place. This was the first soft whisper of an actual name in 40 years. The next step required absolute precision and total secrecy. Under quiet surveillance, investigators gathered discarded items from DeAngelo's trash and, later, from his car door handle, items that contained trace amounts of his DNA. These samples were rushed to the crime lab for testing, a period of quiet, nerve-wracking waiting. The results were confirmed shortly after, providing an immediate, undeniable, and perfect match to the genetic profile that had sat waiting in the evidence locker for decades. The invisible man was finally visible. In April of 2018, Joseph DeAngelo was calmly arrested at his home in Citrus Heights, California. The arrest was quiet and non-violent, taking place in the afternoon on a residential street, an utterly routine ending to an extraordinary, terrifying life of crime. The decades of secrecy and deception had ended in a single, definitive moment of digital clarity. The resolution to the case was brought to a definitive, calm conclusion. Due to his advanced age and the overwhelming nature of the DNA evidence, DeAngelo entered into a plea agreement in 2020, pleading guilty to 13 counts of murder and kidnapping. He was sentenced to multiple consecutive life sentences without the possibility of parole. This final, definitive resolution, driven by the careful intersection of patience and revolutionary science, ensured that the long, chilling shadow of the Golden State Killer was permanently and quietly confined, finally bringing an absolute closure to the decades of fear he had inflicted upon the quiet communities of California. This story focuses heavily on the technological and genealogical investigation, creating the slow, detailed pace required. It has a calm hook that introduces the theme and a clear, non-dramatic resolution. Let me know if you would like to continue with another case. Next story. I'm going to tell you a case, a long story that unfolded over 4 decades, about a shadow that moved across the quiet streets of California. For many long years, this shadow left behind a trail of fear and unanswered questions that spanned decades. This was a case, unlike many others, that seemed to connect multiple seemingly separate criminal identities into a single, terrifying figure, a man known by many names, yet truly known by none at all. His crimes began in the 1970s, starting in the Central Valley, where he operated as the Visalia ransacker, breaking into homes, stealing small, sentimental items, and committing acts of violence. The pattern of his intrusions was unsettlingly meticulous, betraying an individual who studied the neighborhoods he targeted, learning the routines and weaknesses of his victims. As the decade progressed, the man's activities shifted west and south, growing more brazen and far more terrifying. He moved through Sacramento and Contra Costa County, adopting the new moniker of the East Area Rapist. The assaults were frequent and conducted with a chilling level of planning, often involving intricate rope work and the total incapacitation of the victims. He would bind couples, sometimes spending hours inside the homes, quietly controlling the environment before disappearing into the night, leaving the community in a state of sustained, paralyzing dread. The sheer volume of his crimes in this period was overwhelming, taxing the resources of multiple police jurisdictions that struggled to connect the dots across their geographical boundaries. Then, around 1980, the nature of his crimes changed again, moving from assaults to murder, and he became known in the media as the original Night Stalker. His operations stretched down to Southern California, encompassing Ventura and Orange counties. The attacks became isolated, more vicious, and focused on the taking of life. The geographic distance between the crimes, combined with the passage of time, made it incredibly difficult for investigators to see the same hand at work. For years, these cases were handled as separate, unrelated tragedies, filed away in various police departments across the state, their evidence sitting patiently, waiting for a future generation of forensic science to speak. The case eventually went cold, settling into a long, frustrating silence that stretched through the 1990s and into the 2000s. Dedicated detectives, some who had been on the case since the 1970s, never truly let go, periodically pulling the dusty files, hoping for a new angle, a new piece of technology that might bridge the gap. It wasn't until the early 2000s that DNA evidence finally provided the crucial, undeniable link, officially confirming that the Visalia ransacker, the East Area rapist, and the original Night Stalker were, in fact, the same person. This consolidation of the case, under the final collective title of the Golden State Killer, brought a renewed, but still largely futile, focus on the identity of this singular monster. The real breakthrough came not from traditional detective work, but from the quiet, revolutionary world of genetic genealogy. In the mid-2010s, investigators made the unprecedented decision to take the decades-old DNA profile and upload it to publicly available open-source genealogy databases. These sites allowed everyday citizens to upload their own genetic information, often seeking to find distant relatives or trace their heritage. The hope was that one of the killer's distant family members might have used one of these sites, providing a familial match that would open up the killer's family tree. This approach was tedious, requiring infinite patience and immense intellectual rigor. The initial results did not lead directly to the killer, but rather to a handful of third or fourth cousins, people who shared only small fragments of genetic code with the man they were searching for. A dedicated team of civilian and law enforcement genealogists then began the painstaking process of building out these family trees backward in time, looking for a common ancestral couple. Once that common ancestor was identified, the genealogists worked forward again, systematically eliminating hundreds of descendants until only a few individuals remained alive in California who could potentially be the source of the criminal DNA. By carefully cross-referencing these narrow genetic lines with age, location, and other public records, the focus began to center on one specific individual, Joseph James DeAngelo. The name was familiar to some of the cold case detectives, a former police officer who had even served in jurisdictions near some of the early crime scenes before being fired for shoplifting in the late 1970s. The realization that the killer was a man sworn to uphold the law added a profoundly disturbing layer to the long-standing mystery. The investigation moved into its final, most critical phase, confirmation. Detectives placed DeAngelo under quiet, careful surveillance, monitoring his daily routine in the quiet Sacramento suburb where he lived. The goal was to legally obtain a fresh, indisputable DNA sample that could be matched directly to the original evidence. Eventually, they were successful, retrieving discarded items from his neighborhood, things he had touched or disposed of, allowing forensic scientists to isolate his unique genetic profile. The laboratory results came back with the definitive answer. The DNA from the crime scenes decades ago was a perfect match for the DNA of Joseph James DeAngelo. On a calm morning in April 2018, almost 42 years after the first crime was linked to the killer's profile, Joseph DeAngelo was quietly arrested outside his home. The arrest was anticlimactic after the enormous, dramatic history of the case. unfolding without incident in the suburban stillness. The subsequent legal proceedings were long, but ultimately ended in closure without the need for a protracted, painful trial. In a move that promised finality for the aging victims and their families, D'Angelo entered a plea of guilty to all the charges against him. In August 2020, Joseph James D'Angelo was formally sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The courtroom was filled with the survivors and the families of those who had been lost, finally given the chance to speak their truth to the man who had stolen so much from them. The closure was complete. The chapter finally closed. After decades of fear, confusion, and silence, the shadow was lifted, and the man who was once a ghost, known only by frightening aliases, was named, captured, and confined, bringing a sense of lasting peace to the many communities he had terrorized. The long hunt was finally over. Next story. I want to tell you a long story about a woman who lived in a quiet neighborhood in Richmond, a woman who worked in a peaceful field, helping children with emotional needs, and a woman whose life slowly slid into a long nightmare of fear, suspicion, and unanswered questions. Her name was Cindy James. She was 44 years old. She had been a nurse and later became a specialist working with children who struggled with development and communication. People remembered her as soft-spoken, gentle, and consistently thoughtful. Nothing about her personality suggested the kind of chaos that would eventually surround her life. She lived alone in a small home with tidy rooms, calm routines, and a steady job that she cared about deeply. For many years, she kept to herself, but she was respected and trusted by everyone who knew her. In 1982, only months after separating from her husband, she began reporting that someone was stalking her. She told friends that she felt watched, that the phone rang at strange hours, that the silence on the other end felt deliberate and unsettling. At first, people around her believed it might be a nervous reaction to the stress of her separation, but then small incidents began to accumulate. Objects inside her home moved around. Her porch lights were shattered. Her phone line was cut. Her letters were tampered with. These incidents happened irregularly, sometimes weeks apart, sometimes days apart, and each time they left her more anxious than before. Cindy contacted the police, and over time she filed more than 90 reports of harassment, threats, and vandalism. Officers visited her home repeatedly, examining the windows, checking the phone lines, looking for footprints, and trying to determine whether someone had broken in. They found signs sometimes, but not enough to prove the presence of a stalker. Still, they assigned officers to keep watch. They suggested she stay with friends. They advised her to change her routine. She tried all of these things, but the incidents continued. Her family believed her. Her friends believed her. Her co-workers believed her. They saw her fear. They saw the way her hands shook when the phone rang. They saw her house after certain incidents. Items toppled over, drawers pulled out, lights smashed. She did not appear to be creating these situations herself. If anything, she appeared exhausted, worn down by the constant stress, worried that no one would ever believe her story completely. By 1984, the situation escalated. Cindy was found outside her home one night, unconscious, with a nylon stocking tied tightly around her throat. She had bruises on her arms, and her clothing was ripped. She could not clearly explain what happened. She was disoriented, frightened, and shaking. Police grew more confused, trying to figure out whether someone had attacked her, whether she had been drugged, or whether she was being targeted by someone who understood how to avoid detection. Over the next 2 years, more incidents occurred. Her home was set on fire while she was inside. She managed to escape, but the fear pushed her to move houses repeatedly. She changed her number. She changed her job. She strengthened her locks, installed alarms, and even stayed with friends for stretches of time. Yet the harassment followed her. She received chilling notes left at her door. She found dead animals placed in her yard. She found personal belongings arranged strangely in her living room after stepping out for only a short time. Police began to suspect two possibilities. The first was that someone was tormenting Cindy deliberately. The second was that Cindy, driven by immense psychological stress, was unintentionally or intentionally creating some of the incidents herself. There was no solid proof for either explanation, and because the evidence did not point clearly in any direction, her case became one of the most complex files in the region. Officers assigned to her grew frustrated. Friends felt helpless. Cindy herself grew more withdrawn, more frightened, and more uncertain about her own future. In 1989, after 7 years of distress, Cindy disappeared. She had last been seen withdrawing money from a bank. She told a friend earlier that day that she felt something terrible was about to happen. When she did not show up for work and did not return home, her family contacted police immediately. Officers searched the area, checked hospitals, and interviewed people who had seen her in the days leading up to her disappearance. 2 weeks later, her body was found in an abandoned yard. She was lying in tall grass, half hidden by surrounding bushes. A nylon stocking was tied tightly around her neck. Her hands and feet had been loosely bound. Needle marks were found on her arm, and toxicology tests revealed high doses of drugs in her system. Her wallet was near her body. Her clothes were not torn. Her shoes were neatly placed, almost too neatly, as if someone had arranged them beside her. The investigation that followed was long and difficult. Detectives examined the scene and found no signs of a struggle. There were no clear footprints leading to the location. There were no fingerprints on her belongings. The drugs in her system were powerful enough to cause disorientation and collapse. The binding on her body was loose enough that she could have tied them herself. These details led investigators to consider the possibility that she may have harmed herself. But the nylon stocking tied around her neck was extremely tight, far tighter than what someone would normally self-apply. The arrangement of her belongings suggested intention, but not direction. The lack of any suicide note added more confusion. Her family insisted that she would never end her own life. Her therapist believed she was terrified for her safety and not suicidal. Her friends believed someone had finally acted on a long campaign of harassment. The police were divided. In 1990, a full inquest was held. Dozens of witnesses testified. Detectives presented evidence from the early years of her harassment, including the many reports she had filed. Her friends spoke about the strange incidents they had witnessed firsthand. Police officers explained the inconsistencies in the evidence and the difficulty of verifying each event. After weeks of testimony, the jury reached a conclusion that reflected the confusion at the heart of the case. They ruled her death as not accidental, not suicide, and not clearly murder. Instead, they classified it as death caused by an unknown event. Even though the legal classification remained uncertain, the general consensus among many investigators, including those who worked closely on her file, was that someone had harmed her. She had been found tied, drugged, and strangled. The stocking was tied with force. The scene appeared staged, not chaotic. These were details that pointed toward the involvement of another person, someone who had followed her movements, understood her routines, and had the patience to wait for the right moment. Today, the death of Cindy James remains one of the most mysterious and heavily debated cases in Canadian history. Some believe a former partner may have been responsible. Some believe she was targeted by someone unknown. Some believe she lived under immense psychological stress due to the harassment she experienced, making her reactions vary between fear and confusion. But what everyone agrees on is that Cindy lived in constant distress for years. Next story, I'm going to tell you a story about a young college student who vanished after a night out with friends, about a massive search that gripped a nation, and about how modern technology finally revealed the tragic truth about what happened during her final hours. In September 2019, 19-year-old Anaya Blanchard was a college student living in Auburn, Alabama. She was the stepdaughter of UFC fighter Walt Harris, and she was known for her bright smile, loving personality, and close relationship with her family. On the night of October 23rd, 2019, Anaya went to a convenience store and then met up with a friend. After that evening, she disappeared. When Anaya didn't respond to text messages or phone calls, her family immediately knew something was wrong. This wasn't like her at all. She was in constant communication with her mother and would never just go silent without explanation. Her family reported her missing on October 24th, and police began investigating right away. Investigators found Anaya's car abandoned at an apartment complex in Montgomery, Alabama, about 50 miles from Auburn. The discovery was chilling because there was blood evidence inside the vehicle, suggesting that something violent had occurred. The amount of blood indicated that whoever had been injured was likely seriously hurt. This finding transformed the case from a missing person investigation into a suspected violent crime. Surveillance footage from the convenience store where Anaya had stopped that night became crucial to the investigation. The video showed Anaya inside the store, and it also showed a man later identified as Ibrahim Yazid. Footage appeared to show Yazid following Anaya and possibly forcing her into her own vehicle in the parking lot. The video evidence suggested that Anaya had been abducted. Police identified Ibrahim Yazid as the primary suspect and issued a warrant for his arrest. Yazid was a 30-year-old man with a violent criminal history. He had previously been charged with attempted ending of life and kidnapping in a separate case, but had been released on bond. The fact that someone with such serious pending charges was free on the streets raised immediate questions about the bail system. A massive manhunt began for Yazid. The FBI joined the search, and Anaya's case received national media attention. Her family made emotional public pleas for information. UFC fighters and celebrities shared her story on social media. Thousands of people across Alabama and beyond joined search efforts, hoping to find Anaya alive. On November 7th, 2019, 2 weeks after Anaya disappeared, law enforcement arrested Ibrahim Yazid in Florida. He was captured in Pensacola after witnesses recognized him from wanted posters and media coverage. His arrest brought some relief to investigators, but the critical question remained unanswered. Where was Anaya? The search for Anaya continued even after Yazid's arrest. Investigators worked to trace his movements and identify locations where he might have taken her. They interviewed witnesses, reviewed surveillance footage from multiple locations, and followed every possible lead. But Yazid refused to cooperate or provide any information about what he had done. Then on November 25th, 2019, more than a month after Anaya disappeared, hunters discovered human remains in a wooded area in Macon County, Alabama. The location was remote and would have been nearly impossible to find without the specific tip that led authorities there. DNA testing confirmed the devastating news that Anaya's family had feared. The remains belonged to Anaya Blanchard. The discovery of Anaya's body confirmed that what had started as a kidnapping had ended in the worst possible way. Anaya had been taken from a convenience store parking lot by a stranger, and she had lost her life. The bright young woman with her whole future ahead of her was gone, taken by someone who had no right to steal her life. Ibrahim Yazid was charged with capital murder in Anaya's death. Two other individuals, Antoine Fisher and David Johnson Jr., were also arrested and charged in connection with the case. Fisher was accused of helping dispose of evidence, while Johnson was charged with helping Yazid after the crime. The involvement of multiple people in covering up the crime made the case even more disturbing. The case became not just a story about Anaya's tragic death, but also a catalyst for change in Alabama's legal system. Anaya's family channeled their grief into advocacy, pushing for reform to the state's bail system. They argued that violent offenders like Yazid, who had been out on bond for previous serious charges, should not be released back onto the streets where they could harm others. In 2022, Alabama voters overwhelmingly approved a constitutional amendment known as Anaya's Law. The law allows judges to deny bail to defendants charged with violent felonies if they are deemed a threat to the community. The amendment was designed to prevent situations like the one that had allowed Yazid to be free despite facing serious criminal charges. Anaya's family found some solace in knowing that her death might prevent similar tragedies in the future. Ibrahim Yazid's trial has faced multiple delays, but he remains in custody awaiting trial on capital murder charges. Prosecutors are seeking the death penalty, arguing that the kidnapping and taking of Anaya's life was especially heinous and demonstrated a complete disregard for human life. The trial, when it occurs, will bring the painful details of Anaya's final hours into public view. For Anaya's family, particularly her mother Angela Harris and stepfather Walt Harris, the loss has been devastating. They have spoken publicly about their grief, about the hole left in their lives by Anaya's absence. They've shared memories of Anaya's infectious smile, her kindness, and her dreams for the future. They've also talked about the importance of staying vigilant and aware of surroundings, hoping to help others avoid similar tragedies. Anaya Blanchard was a young woman who stopped at a convenience store on an ordinary night, expecting to go about her evening like any other. Instead, she encountered a predator who saw her as a victim. She was kidnapped, taken from her life, her family, and all the future experiences she should have had. Her case reminds us that danger can strike in the most ordinary circumstances, and that young people must remain aware of their surroundings, even in familiar places. The legacy of Anaya's law stands as a testament to her family's determination to create something positive from unimaginable tragedy. While nothing can bring Anaya back, the legal changes inspired by her case may protect others from violent offenders who should never have been walking free in the first place. Anaya's bright smile and loving spirit are remembered by those who knew her, and her story continues to raise awareness about the importance of public safety and bail reform across the country. Next story.
I'm going to tell you a story about a man who was trusted completely, a man whose job placed him inside homes, inside private spaces, inside lives that believed they were safe. This is a true crime story about control, deception, and how violence can hide behind politeness for years before finally being exposed. In the late 1990s and early 2000s, a man named Stephen McDaniel lived in Gainesville, Florida. He was intelligent, socially awkward, and often overlooked. He studied law, struggled to maintain relationships, and lived a life that appeared small and isolated. People described him as odd but harmless, quiet but unremarkable. He was not someone who demanded attention. He lingered on the edges of conversations, watching more than participating. Stephen lived in an apartment complex near a young woman named Lauren Giddings. Lauren was everything Stephen was not. She was confident, social, and well-liked. She was also a law student, ambitious and disciplined, with a close circle of friends and a clear sense of direction. She had plans. She talked about her future. She spoke openly about her goals and the life she wanted to build. People trusted her judgment. People felt safe around her. Stephen and Lauren knew each other casually. They shared common spaces. They exchanged brief conversations. There was no relationship, no intimacy, no indication that Lauren saw Stephen as anything more than a familiar face in her environment. But Stephen was watching. He noticed her routines. When she left, when she returned, who visited her apartment. He paid attention to details that meant nothing to anyone else. Over time, his interest shifted into fixation. Not romantic longing, but ownership. Control. The belief that he deserved access to her simply because she existed near him. In June 2011, Lauren disappeared. At first, it did not seem immediately alarming. She was an adult. She lived independently. But within days, concern grew. She missed scheduled events. She failed to respond to messages. Her car was still parked outside her apartment. Her phone went unanswered. Friends entered her apartment and found nothing disturbed, except for one chilling detail. Her bathroom vent cover was missing. As concern escalated, police became involved. Missing person flyers were distributed. Searches began. The case gained attention within the community, particularly because Lauren was a law student with strong connections and a stable life. She was not someone who would simply walk away. Stephen McDaniel inserted himself into the search. He spoke to reporters. He offered insights. He appeared concerned. He described Lauren as a friend. His demeanor was strange, but not immediately incriminating. He spoke slowly, awkwardly, sometimes smiling at inappropriate moments. Some viewers felt unsettled by him, but discomfort alone is not evidence. Behind the scenes, investigators began examining security footage, phone records, and apartment layouts. And then they noticed something horrifying. Stephen's apartment shared a wall with Lauren's. The missing vent cover connected the two apartments through a crawl space. When police searched Stephen's apartment, they discovered disturbing items, tools, evidence of forced access, signs that he had entered Lauren's apartment without her knowledge. Under further questioning, his composure began to crack. When confronted with specific evidence, Stephen confessed. He admitted that he had entered Lauren's apartment through the vent system. He admitted to stalking her. He admitted to killing her. He described the act with chilling detachment, focusing not on emotion but on process. After murdering her, he dismembered her body and disposed of the remains in multiple locations around the area. The search expanded. Over the following days, investigators recovered Lauren's remains from wooded areas and trash sites. Each discovery confirmed the confession. The calm, polite man who had spoken to reporters was revealed to be someone capable of extraordinary violence, hidden beneath years of silence and resentment. At trial, Stephen McDaniel showed little emotion. He did not cry. He did not plead. He did not attempt to explain himself in human terms. His statements focused on facts, actions, and sequences, as if recounting a project rather than a life taken. In 2014, Stephen McDaniel was convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison without parole. Lauren Giddings' death devastated her family and community, not only because of the loss, but because of how close the danger had been. The man who killed her was not a stranger in a dark alley. He was a neighbor, a familiar face, someone trusted by proximity alone. This story stays with people because it strips away the illusion of distance. It reminds us that some crimes are not loud.
They do not announce themselves.
They sit quietly behind walls, waiting for routines to become predictable, for trust to become invisible, for time to pass unnoticed. And sometimes, the most terrifying thing is not how a crime happens, but how long it can exist unseen.
I'm going to tell you a story about a woman who disappeared quietly. A disappearance that at first seemed like a breakup, then a misunderstanding, and finally something far more disturbing. This is a true crime story about obsession, manipulation, and how a crime can hide in plain sight for years when the truth is slowly buried under lies. In 2012, Carrie Farver was living a stable and independent life in Iowa. She was a hard-working woman, a devoted mother to her teenage son, and someone who valued routine and responsibility. Those close to her described her as dependable and straightforward. She was not reckless. She did not disappear without explanation. She did not abandon her child. That is what made what followed so unsettling. Carrie began casually dating a man named Dave Kropa. The relationship was new, informal, and not deeply emotional. They spent time together, talked regularly, but there was no serious commitment. Dave was open about wanting to keep things light. Carrie seemed to accept that. There were no major arguments, no visible tension, nothing that suggested danger. Then, suddenly, Carrie stopped showing up. She missed work. She failed to pick up her son. Her phone went quiet in ways that felt unnatural. For a woman so consistent, so present, this absence was deeply alarming. Friends and family reached out, expecting an explanation, but instead, confusion grew. And then something strange happened. Messages began appearing. Carrie, supposedly, was texting friends, family, and co-workers. She claimed she had decided to leave town. She said she wanted a fresh start. She said she no longer wished to be contacted. The tone of these messages felt off. They were colder, shorter, unrecognizable to people who knew her well. Even more confusing, these messages did not stop. For months, then years, messages continued to come from Carrie's accounts. Emails, texts, social media posts. She appeared to be alive, active, and intentionally distant. To the outside world, it looked like a woman who had simply chosen to walk away from her life. But something did not sit right. Her mother knew something was wrong. Carrie loved her son deeply. She would never disappear without ensuring his safety. She would never cut contact completely, and she would never abandon her responsibilities so abruptly. The longer the silence lasted, the more unsettling it became. At the same time, Dave Kropa began experiencing something terrifying. He started receiving threatening messages. Thousands of them. They accused him of betrayal, cruelty, and abandonment. They were obsessive, relentless, and emotionally volatile. Whoever was sending them seemed to know intimate details of his life. His car was vandalized. His home was damaged. His workplace was contacted. The messages appeared to come from Carrie, but the behavior did not match the woman he knew. As time passed, the messages grew darker, more aggressive, more unstable. Dave contacted police multiple times, believing he was being stalked. The assumption was simple. Carrie, heartbroken and angry, had turned obsessive. Years went by. Carrie was still missing, and the messages still continued. What investigators did not realize at first was that this entire narrative had been carefully manufactured. Another woman had entered Dave's life around the same time Carrie disappeared. Her name was Liz Gollier. She appeared supportive, sympathetic, and deeply concerned about the harassment Dave was facing. She positioned herself as an ally, a protector, someone who understood his fear. In reality, Liz was controlling everything. Liz had become obsessed with Dave. When she realized he was seeing Carrie, she made a decision that would destroy multiple lives. Evidence later revealed that Liz murdered Carrie shortly after she disappeared, though Carrie's body has never been found. After killing her, Liz took over her identity. She sent messages pretending to be Carrie. She maintained the illusion for years. She created an entire false digital life, carefully crafting texts and posts to suggest Carrie was alive and deliberately distant. She manipulated friends, family, and police, all while maintaining her own presence as a victim of harassment. Liz even sent threatening messages to herself. She staged attacks. She vandalized her own property. She played both roles, victim and villain, with disturbing commitment. The deception unraveled slowly. Investigators eventually noticed technical inconsistencies. IP addresses overlapped. Writing patterns matched. Phone records revealed impossible timelines. The same device was linked to messages supposedly sent by different people. What once looked like chaos began forming a clear picture. Liz was arrested. During interrogation and trial, the depth of her manipulation became clear. She had spent years maintaining lies, carefully responding to messages as two separate people, sometimes holding conversations with herself. She showed no immediate remorse. Instead, she focused on control, insisting she had been misunderstood. In 2017, Liz Gollier was convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison without parole. Carrie Farver was declared legally dead. This story lingers not because of violence alone, but because of how quietly it unfolded. Because for years, the truth existed beneath layers of messages, screens, and false narratives. Because a woman was erased, not just physically, but digitally, rewritten into someone she never was. And because it reminds us that sometimes the most disturbing crimes are not loud. They are patient, they are meticulous, and they hide behind ordinary interactions, waiting for time to do the work of deception. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who was invisible for years, a man who moved through the world so quietly that even when the police were hunting him, they stood next to him without realizing it. This is a true crime story about repetition, routine, and how one of the most prolific killers in American history was finally caught not through brilliance, but through time and persistence. Gary Ridgway was born in 1949 in Utah and raised in Washington State. From the outside, his childhood looked ordinary, but inside his home, things were tense and emotionally suffocating. His mother was deeply religious, controlling, and domineering. She frequently humiliated him, particularly around issues of cleanliness and sexuality. Gary grew up confused, ashamed, and angry, though he rarely expressed it outwardly. He learned early how to hide his emotions, how to remain quiet, how to avoid attention. As a teenager, Gary already showed signs of disturbing behavior. He had violent sexual fantasies, struggled with intimacy, and felt rejected by women. But again, nothing about him stood out enough to raise alarms. He was not charismatic. He was not dramatic. He was forgettable. That forgettability would later allow him to disappear in plain sight. By the early 1980s, Gary Ridgway was living in Washington, working as a truck painter. He had been married and divorced multiple times, held steady employment, and lived a life that appeared monotonous and routine. He was not ambitious. He did not seek attention. He followed the same schedules, drove the same routes, and blended seamlessly into working-class life. At the same time, women began disappearing along the Green River. Many of them were young. Many of them were sex workers or runaways. Their disappearances did not immediately spark national attention. Some were reported late. Some were not reported at all. When bodies began turning up in wooded areas and along riverbanks, investigators realized they were dealing with something far larger than isolated violence. A serial killer was operating. The murders followed a pattern. The victims were strangled. Their bodies were placed deliberately, often posed. Some locations were revisited. The killer was organized, calm, and methodical. He knew the terrain. He knew how to avoid detection. The media began calling him the Green River Killer. Fear spread quietly. Women altered their routines. Parents worried about daughters who stayed out late. Police task forces were formed. Hundreds of officers worked the case. Leads poured in. Suspects were interviewed. Polygraph tests were administered. Gary Ridgway was one of those suspects. In fact, he was interviewed multiple times. He took polygraph tests and failed some of them, but not decisively enough to arrest him. He cooperated willingly. He spoke politely. He never raised his voice. He never appeared nervous. He even offered suggestions to investigators, positioning himself as helpful. Each time, he walked away, and then he went back to killing. For years, Gary continued murdering women at an astonishing rate. He would pick them up along highways, offering money or rides. He appeared non-threatening, ordinary. He strangled them quickly, often within minutes. He returned some bodies to the same locations, sometimes weeks later, sometimes years later. He believed revisiting the sites strengthened his sense of control. What made Gary especially difficult to catch was his simplicity. He did not drink excessively. He did not brag. He did not confide in others. He did not write letters. He did not seek fame. He killed, returned to work, ate dinner, and repeated the cycle. His lack of ego kept him hidden. Meanwhile, the investigation stalled. Evidence degraded. Witnesses disappeared. Technology lagged behind the scale of the crimes. Families waited. Years passed. The case became one of the largest unsolved serial murder investigations in U.S. history. Gary Ridgway kept living. He remarried. His third wife later described him as gentle, predictable, and emotionally flat. He followed routines religiously. He attended church. He avoided conflict. He was not violent in public. Even at home, he appeared passive. But internally, the urges never stopped. Everything changed in the late 1990s. Advancements in DNA technology allowed investigators to re-examine old evidence. Semen samples collected decades earlier were tested again. Slowly, patterns emerged. One profile appeared repeatedly across multiple victims. That profile matched Gary Ridgway. In 2001, nearly 20 years after the first murders, police arrested him. This time, there was no walking away. When confronted with the DNA evidence, Gary initially denied everything. But the evidence was overwhelming. Gradually, he began confessing. Not emotionally, not dramatically, calmly, methodically. He described victim after victim with disturbing detachment. He struggled to remember exact numbers because there were so many. Eventually, Gary Ridgway confessed to 49 murders. Investigators believe the true number may be much higher. In court, he showed little emotion. He did not seek forgiveness. He did not express remorse. He spoke as if explaining tasks completed long ago. He described how easy it had been to avoid detection, how choosing marginalized victims reduced urgency, how routine made everything simpler. In 2003, Gary Ridgway was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Today, he remains incarcerated, spending his days in silence, stripped of the routines that once allowed him to operate freely. This story stays with people not because of spectacle, but because of scale, because it shows how evil does not always roar. Sometimes it works a job, sometimes it goes home on time, sometimes it waits patiently while the world looks elsewhere. And sometimes it takes decades before the truth finally catches up. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who appeared calm, confident, and completely in control. A man whose public image was so carefully maintained that for months, many people could not imagine him capable of violence. This is a true crime story about patience, denial, and how a life built on quiet selfishness slowly collapsed under the weight of truth. Scott Peterson lived in Modesto, California, where he worked as a fertilizer salesman. He was well-spoken, charming, and socially comfortable. People who met him often described him as likable and polite. He knew how to make conversations feel easy. He knew how to appear attentive without revealing much of himself. To outsiders, he seemed like a man who had everything going for him. He was married to Lacey Peterson. Lacey was 8 months pregnant. She was warm, organized, and deeply invested in building a family. She loved holidays, routines, and planning for the future. She talked often about becoming a mother. Friends described her as optimistic and steady, someone who brought structure and care into the lives of people around her. She trusted Scott completely. She believed they were building a life together. But Scott was living a separate emotional reality. Months before Lacey disappeared, Scott had begun an affair with another woman. In this relationship, he presented himself as unburdened, independent, and free. He spoke about travel, spontaneity, and a life without responsibility. Most chillingly, he told her that he had lost his wife and that this would be his first holiday season alone. At the time he said this, Lacey was still alive. This was not a momentary lie. It was a rehearsed future. On the morning of December 24th, 2002, Lacey disappeared. Scott told police that he had gone fishing alone at the Berkeley Marina while Lacey stayed home to walk the dog and prepare for Christmas Eve. When he returned, she was gone. Her purse, keys, and shoes were still inside the house. The dog was found wandering outside with its leash on. From the beginning, the situation felt wrong. Lacey was heavily pregnant. She did not go anywhere without planning. She did not leave without telling someone. Friends and family immediately mobilized. Volunteers searched neighborhoods. Flyers were posted everywhere. The case gained national attention within days. The public rallied around the image of a missing pregnant woman days before Christmas. Scott appeared cooperative. He spoke to police. He attended vigils. He stood beside Lacey's family. He spoke calmly to the media, asking for her safe return. But there was something unsettling about his demeanor. He seemed detached. His emotions did not fluctuate. He spoke in measured tones, even as the situation grew more desperate. Investigators began examining Scott's actions more closely. They discovered his affair. They learned about the lies he had told. They noted how he had researched fishing locations shortly before Lacey disappeared and had purchased a small boat without informing anyone. He had not mentioned going fishing that day to friends or family beforehand. The timing and secrecy raised serious questions. As the search continued, Scott's behavior became more concerning. He sold Lacey's car. He inquired about selling their house. He made comments about moving on. To investigators, these actions suggested not hope, but preparation. In April 2003, months after Lacey vanished, remains were discovered along the San Francisco Bay shoreline. They were identified as Lacey Peterson and her unborn son, Connor. The location was disturbingly close to where Scott claimed to have gone fishing on the day she disappeared. The case shifted immediately. Scott Peterson was arrested. At trial, prosecutors laid out a narrative built not on a single piece of evidence, but on a pattern. They showed how Scott had distanced himself emotionally long before Lacey's disappearance, how he had created a future narrative where she no longer existed. how his actions after her disappearance aligned not with grief, but with relief. They argued that Scott had killed Lacey to free himself from responsibility, from fatherhood, from the life he no longer wanted. The defense argued circumstantial evidence. They suggested alternative suspects. They attempted to frame Scott as a man unfairly judged by public opinion. But the weight of the evidence, combined with his own words and actions, proved overwhelming. In 2004, Scott Peterson was convicted of first-degree murder for Lacey and second-degree murder for Connor. He was sentenced to life in prison. The case left a lasting mark on the public because it revealed how ordinary selfishness can harden into something deadly. There was no explosion of rage, no dramatic confession, just a slow retreat from responsibility, a quiet decision to erase rather than confront. This story stays with people because it reminds us that danger does not always announce itself. Sometimes it smiles. Sometimes it speaks softly. Sometimes it stands beside you at a vigil, pretending to hope while already living in a future where you no longer exist. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who appeared gentle, dependable, and almost forgettable. A man whose quiet presence never raised alarms, and whose violence unfolded slowly, carefully, and almost invisibly. This is a true crime story about obsession, emotional control, and how a killer who believed he could manage everything was undone by patience and time. Christopher Watts lived a life that looked peaceful from the outside. He worked steadily in the oil industry. He lived in a clean suburban neighborhood in Colorado. He was married, had 2 young daughters, and presented himself as a calm, soft-spoken family man. Friends described him as polite and reserved. Neighbors saw him as ordinary. There was nothing about him that suggested danger. But inside that controlled exterior, something had been eroding for years. Christopher struggled deeply with emotional expression. He avoided confrontation. He suppressed resentment instead of addressing it. When problems arose, he did not argue or fight. He withdrew. Over time, this pattern created a silent pressure, one that built quietly without release. His marriage began to strain. Financial stress grew. Emotional distance widened. Instead of facing these realities, Christopher escaped inward. Then he met another woman. The relationship gave him a sense of freedom he had not felt in years. It offered admiration without responsibility, possibility without history. Slowly, he began imagining a life without his family, a clean restart without consequences. But reality stood in the way. Divorce meant exposure, judgment, and financial obligation. It meant facing his own failures openly. Christopher wanted escape without accountability. On the night of August 12, 2018, his wife Shannon returned home from a business trip. She was pregnant. She was exhausted. She wanted answers. Inside their home, a quiet confrontation unfolded. There was no screaming her by neighbors. No chaos spilled outside. What happened next was controlled, deliberate, and final. Christopher killed his wife. Then, in a decision that stunned even experienced investigators, he killed his 2 daughters as well. What followed revealed the depth of his detachment. He loaded their bodies into his truck before dawn. He drove to an oil site where he worked, a place familiar and isolated. There, he disposed of his wife's body in a shallow grave and placed his daughters into oil tanks, believing the environment would destroy evidence completely. Afterward, he returned home and began acting as if nothing had happened. When Shannon and the children were reported missing later that day, Christopher appeared on television, pleading for their safe return. His voice was calm, his posture relaxed. He spoke of love and hope, but his words fell hollow. Viewers sensed something was wrong, even if they could not name it yet. Police moved quickly. Surveillance footage contradicted his statements. His emotional responses did not match the situation. Friends of Shannon noticed his behavior was unusually composed. Investigators applied steady pressure, not aggression. They let silence work. They watched him unravel slowly. Within days, confronted with evidence and inconsistencies, Christopher confessed. His story shifted multiple times before settling on the truth. He admitted to killing his wife and children. He described the acts without visible emotion, focusing instead on logistics. His calm demeanor throughout shocked the public. There was no visible rage, no dramatic collapse, just quiet admission. At sentencing, the reality of his actions fully emerged. Christopher Watts was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. He will never leave prison. His case became one of the most disturbing family annihilation crimes in modern American history, not because of chaos or brutality alone, but because of how quietly it unfolded. This story stays with people because it challenges assumptions. It shows how avoidance can be more dangerous than anger, how silence can conceal decay, and how someone who seems harmless can carry destruction beneath a calm surface for years. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who lived two lives so perfectly separated that even those closest to him never imagined they could overlap. This is a true crime story about discipline, secrecy, and how a person trained to control every detail eventually lost control in the most devastating way. Russell Williams was born in 1963 in England and later moved to Canada, where he built a life defined by structure and achievement. From a young age, he was drawn to order, routine, and authority. He excelled academically, joined the military, and steadily climbed the ranks of the Royal Canadian Air Force. To colleagues, he was disciplined, intelligent, and dependable. To superiors, he was exceptional. Eventually, he became a decorated colonel and the commander of Canada's largest Air Force base, CFB Trenton. His career placed him at the highest levels of trust. Russell Williams flew search and rescue missions after natural disasters. He transported dignitaries and world leaders. He wore medals. He spoke calmly and confidently. He represented stability, competence, and honor. He was married, lived in a neat suburban home, and maintained an image that seemed beyond reproach. There were no public cracks, no scandals, no visible signs of chaos. But beneath that controlled exterior, another life was unfolding quietly. For years, Russell Williams had been committing break-ins across small Ontario towns. He targeted homes carefully, often choosing houses where women lived alone. These were not random acts. He studied neighborhoods. He learned routines. He entered homes when he believed no one was inside. Once inside, he did not steal valuables. Instead, he took deeply personal items, clothing, undergarments, objects meant to remain private. At home, he documented these thefts obsessively. He photographed himself wearing the stolen items. He cataloged them. He preserved them as trophies. This secret ritual gave him a sense of control and release that his public life never revealed. For a long time, these crimes remained unnoticed, dismissed as minor burglaries or never reported at all. Then the behavior escalated. In 2009, a woman named Corporal Marie France Comeau disappeared after returning home from work at CFB Trenton. Her body was later found in a remote area. The murder shocked the military community. She was young, respected, and well-liked. There were no immediate suspects. The crime appeared isolated, tragic, and inexplicable. Months later, another woman, Jessica Lloyd, was reported missing after going for a walk near her home. This time, investigators moved quickly. Jessica's body was found, and the similarities between the cases became impossible to ignore. The crimes were organized, controlled, personal. Police began examining patterns. They noticed a series of unusual break-ins across the region, many involving stolen clothing, but no forced entry. Tire tracks near one crime scene stood out. The tread pattern was distinctive. Investigators quietly began checking vehicles in the area, comparing tires without alerting the public. One of those vehicles belonged to Russell Williams. When police visited him at his home, he was calm, polite, and cooperative. He answered questions easily. He agreed to provide samples and allow searches. He behaved exactly as a man with nothing to hide would behave. But when investigators searched his property, they uncovered a hidden world. Inside his home, they found photographs documenting years of thefts, images of Russell posing in stolen clothing, carefully organized files, detailed records, the trophies of his secret life. The evidence was overwhelming. Russell Williams was arrested. During interrogation, something remarkable happened. Faced with undeniable proof, he did not rage. He did not cry. He did not deny. Instead, he spoke with chilling calm. He confessed in detail to the burglaries. Then, slowly, he admitted to the murders. He explained his actions methodically, as if recounting tasks rather than crimes. His voice remained steady. His posture relaxed. The contrast was unsettling. Here was a man trained to lead, to protect, to serve, calmly describing acts of extreme violence. There was no loss of control in his telling, only acknowledgement. At trial, the full scope of his double life was revealed. The jury heard how he balanced a prestigious military career with secret nightly excursions into strangers' homes. How his need for control grew stronger over time. How the private fantasy world eventually spilled into irreversible violence. Russell Williams pleaded guilty to multiple charges, including murder. He was sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of parole for 25 years. The case left Canada shaken, not because the crimes were loud or chaotic, but because they were hidden behind authority and respectability. It forced people to confront an uncomfortable truth: that evil does not always look wild or unstable. Sometimes it looks calm, accomplished, and trusted. This story lingers because it shows how secrecy can harden over time, how compartmentalization can allow someone to live two realities without collision, and how even the most controlled lives can unravel when fantasy replaces empathy. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who constructed an entire life out of words, promises, and confidence. A man who learned that if you speak clearly enough, people rarely ask for proof. This is a true crime story about deception layered over years, about the pressure of pretending to be someone you are not, and how one ordinary morning ended in violence because the truth finally demanded to be seen. Mark Hacking grew up wanting admiration. He was not unintelligent, but he was deeply insecure. From an early age, he struggled with feelings of inadequacy, especially when compared to peers who seemed naturally successful. Rather than confronting these feelings directly, Mark learned something else instead. He learned how to perform. He learned how to say the right things, to sound ambitious, to describe a future so convincingly that people assumed the present must already support it. When Mark met Lori Hacking, he found someone who believed in him completely. Lori was disciplined, intelligent, and genuinely accomplished. She valued honesty, structure, and hard work. Mark mirrored those values outwardly. He spoke about becoming a doctor, about helping people, about building a stable future together. Lori saw potential, commitment, and sincerity. She trusted him, and that trust became the foundation on which Mark built his lies. They married in 2003 and settled into what appeared to be a normal young professional life. Friends and family believed Mark was enrolled in medical school. He spoke casually about classes, exams, and research. He explained stress and absences as part of rigorous training. When questions came, he had answers ready. Emails were forged. Documents were fabricated. Conversations were rehearsed in advance. Over time, the lies became automatic, no longer deliberate choices, but reflexes protecting the identity he could not afford to lose. But the truth was simple and devastating. Mark had never completed college. He was not accepted into medical school. There was no academic future waiting for him. Instead of confronting this reality early, Mark doubled down. Each year, the deception grew heavier. Lori planned their life around his supposed career path. Finances were arranged. Moves were considered. Expectations solidified. Every step forward increased the cost of telling the truth. For Mark, honesty no longer felt like an option. It felt like annihilation. By 2004, Lori began to notice inconsistencies. She asked for clarity, not out of suspicion, but out of planning. She wanted timelines. She wanted confirmation. She wanted to understand their future. Mark responded with reassurance at first, then defensiveness. Inside, panic was taking root. He knew the structure was collapsing. He knew he could not produce what did not exist. On the evening before July 19th, 2004, Lori told people close to her that she planned to confront Mark directly. She was calm. She expected answers. She did not anticipate danger. She believed honesty would resolve whatever confusion existed between them. That night, Mark barely slept. By morning, the situation reached its breaking point. What happened inside their apartment was not sudden chaos. It was the culmination of years of avoidance. When Lori demanded proof, when the last layer of fiction began to peel away, Mark faced a moment he had feared above all else. Being exposed, being seen, being ordinary. Instead of accepting that moment, he chose violence. Lori was killed inside their home. What followed was not panic, but calculation. Mark cleaned the scene as best he could. He dismembered Lori's body, a process that required time, intention, and emotional detachment. He placed her remains into a backpack. He drove for hours, leaving the city, choosing a remote wilderness area where he believed distance and isolation would erase evidence. Then he returned home and began the performance again. When Lori did not arrive at work, concerns spread quickly. Mark reported her missing, claiming she had gone jogging early that morning and never returned. He spoke to police calmly. He participated in searches. He stood beside worried family members. To many, he appeared like a devastated husband clinging to hope. But investigators noticed what others did not. Mark's timeline shifted slightly each time he told it. His emotional responses did not align with his words. Evidence inside the apartment contradicted his account. Blood patterns revealed a violent struggle. The jogging story collapsed under forensic scrutiny. As detectives uncovered Mark's academic lies, motive became clear. This was not about rage alone. This was about identity. When confronted with the evidence, Mark confessed. His explanation centered not on anger toward Lori, but fear of exposure. He admitted he could not imagine living after the truth came out. In his mind, murder had become a way to pause reality, to delay the inevitable, to preserve a version of himself that no longer existed. Lori's remains were recovered from the wilderness days later. The trial that followed revealed the full extent of Mark's deception. Prosecutors showed how years of lying created a psychological trap of his own making. Witnesses described Lori's trust, her belief in the life they were building, and the cruelty of having that trust betrayed so completely. In 2005, Mark Hacking pleaded guilty. He was sentenced to life in prison, with the possibility of parole far in the future. There was no mystery left, only the weight of what had been done. This story stays with people because it is not about a monster hiding in darkness. It is about a man hiding in plain sight. It is about how lies can feel easier than truth until they become unbearable. And it is about how avoidance, left unchecked, can rot a person from the inside until destruction feels like the only way forward. I'm going to tell you a story about a family that believed love, support, and patience could save someone they cared for, and how that belief slowly turned into a silent nightmare inside a quiet suburban home. This is a true crime story about obsession, denial, and how destruction can grow quietly over months before it finally explodes in a single night. Grant Amato grew up in a comfortable neighborhood in Chulwoda, Florida. His family was stable, educated, and deeply connected. His parents were loving and involved. His brother and sister were successful and disciplined. Grant, by comparison, always struggled to find his place. He was intelligent, polite, and outwardly normal, but he lacked direction and confidence. He drifted from one interest to another, never fully committing to any path. In his 20s, Grant trained as a nurse and briefly worked in the medical field. On paper, his life appeared to be stabilizing. But beneath that surface, Grant was restless and increasingly isolated. He spent long hours alone, disconnected from friends and routine. Slowly, his attention shifted inward and online. That is where everything changed. Grant became obsessed with an online webcam model living overseas. What began as casual viewing turned into constant communication. He believed they were in a relationship. He sent her money repeatedly, draining his savings. When the money ran out, he began taking more risks. He lied. He borrowed. He stole. His family noticed. At first, it tried gentle intervention, then firm boundaries, then ultimatums. When they discovered Grant had stolen tens of thousands of dollars from them to send to the woman online, they confronted him. Grant denied the seriousness of the situation. He insisted the relationship was real. He believed she loved him. Reality no longer mattered. His parents gave him a final chance. They brought him home. They controlled his access to money and the internet. They set rules. They hoped distance from the obsession would bring clarity. Instead, it intensified Grant's resentment. He felt trapped. He felt humiliated. He felt that his family was standing between him and the life he believed he deserved. On the night of January 24th, 2019, the house was quiet. Grant waited. Late at night, he took a gun and went room to room. He shot his father. He shot his mother. He shot his brother. Each act was deliberate. There was no struggle, no warning, no attempt to stop. Afterward, Grant sat in the house with the bodies. He changed clothes. He attempted to stage the scene to suggest someone else had committed the crime. The next morning, he left the house. When police arrived later, the truth unraveled quickly. Evidence did not support Grant's story. Digital records revealed the depth of his obsession. Financial transactions showed the motive clearly. Messages, timelines, and behavior patterns all pointed back to him. Grant Amato was arrested. During interrogation, he appeared calm, almost detached. He did not cry. He did not rage. He spoke as if discussing someone else's life. When faced with overwhelming evidence, he eventually stopped denying responsibility. At trial, prosecutors laid out the slow progression of obsession and entitlement. They showed how Grant believed his desires mattered more than human life, how he saw his family not as people, but as obstacles. The jury convicted him on all counts. Grant Amato was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. No plea deal, no redemption arc, just silence. This story is chilling not because of sudden violence, but because of how long it took to arrive there. Months of warning signs, years of dependency, a family trying to help someone who no longer lived in reality. Obsession replacing identity, fantasy replacing consequence. It reminds us that danger does not always come from hatred. Sometimes it comes from entitlement. Sometimes it comes from someone who believes their suffering is more important than anyone else's existence. And sometimes it grows quietly inside a house where everyone thinks love will be enough to fix it. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who looked like the perfect husband, the kind neighbors trusted and co-workers admired, a man who smiled on camera while standing just feet away from the truth. This is a true crime story about deception, pressure, and how a life built on quiet lies collapsed in a single, chilling week. Chris Watts lived in Frederick, Colorado, in a neat suburban neighborhood where mornings were calm and routines rarely changed. He worked in the oil and gas industry, a stable job that paid well enough to support a comfortable life. He was married to Shawn Watts, a woman who was outspoken, organized, and deeply involved in social media. Together, they had 2 young daughters, Bella and Celeste, and another child on the way. From the outside, their life appeared structured and successful, the kind of family people envy without knowing. But inside the house, tension had been building slowly. Chris was quiet, emotionally distant, and conflict avoidant. Shawn was dominant, expressive, and controlling in ways that often went unnoticed because she framed them as enthusiasm and motivation. Over time, Chris stopped expressing frustration. He did not argue. He did not confront. Instead, he withdrew inward, storing resentment without release. In mid-2018, Chris began an affair with a coworker. This relationship awakened something dangerous. For the first time in years, Chris felt unburdened. He imagined a life without responsibilities, without debt, without marriage or children. But instead of seeing obstacles as problems to solve, he began seeing them as things to remove. On the night of August 12, 2018, Shawn returned home from a business trip just after 2 a.m. She was exhausted and pregnant. What happened next unfolded quietly, without screaming, without chaos. And that is what makes it so disturbing. Chris killed her in their bedroom. What followed was even darker. He then killed his two daughters, one by one. There was no emergency call, no moment of hesitation recorded. He loaded their bodies into his truck before sunrise, driving calmly to an oil site where he worked. There, he buried Sean Ann in a shallow grave and placed his daughters in separate oil tanks, pushing their small bodies through narrow openings with deliberate force. Then he went to work as usual. When Sean Ann failed to respond to messages later that morning, concerns spread quickly. Her friend contacted police, sensing something was wrong. Officers arrived at the house the same day. Chris welcomed them inside, calm, cooperative, and seemingly confused. This is where the story turns deeply unsettling. On body camera footage, Chris spoke softly, pacing the living room, answering questions politely. He suggested Sean Ann had taken the children and left after an argument. He showed no panic, no urgency. His concern appeared rehearsed, shallow, and oddly delayed. Investigators noticed it immediately. Over the next 2 days, the pressure increased. Surveillance footage from a neighbor showed Chris loading his truck early that morning, something he rarely did. His story shifted subtly with each retelling. He failed a polygraph test. When confronted, he broke. Chris confessed. At first, he tried to shift blame, claiming Sean Ann had killed the children, and he reacted in rage. But that version collapsed quickly. Faced with evidence, he admitted the full truth. The murders were premeditated. The actions were deliberate. The public reaction was immediate and intense. People were horrified not just by what he did, but by how ordinary he seemed while doing it. Interviews aired showing him pleading for his family's return just hours after killing them. His flat effect, awkward smiles, and emotional emptiness became symbols of how deception can hide behind politeness. In November 2018, Chris Watts pleaded guilty to multiple counts of first-degree murder. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. In later interviews from prison, he spoke about the murders with disturbing calm, offering explanations that never truly explained anything. He said he felt free afterward. He said he did not understand why he did it. He said too much, and yet nothing that made sense. This story stays with people because it did not happen in isolation. It happened in a home filled with toys. It happened in a neighborhood where people waved at each other. It happened without warning signs loud enough for anyone to stop it. And it reminds us that danger does not always look like chaos. Sometimes it looks like silence. Sometimes it looks like compliance. Sometimes it looks like a man who never raises his voice, never argues, never complains, until one day, everything underneath gives way. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who was trusted by parents, respected by politicians, admired by neighbors, and welcomed into homes without hesitation. A man who used smiles, handshakes, and community service to build a disguise so effective that it allowed him to murder again and again while people thanked him for his kindness. This is a true crime story about masks, manipulation, and how evil can hide behind the loudest appearance of normal life. John Wayne Gacy was born in Chicago in 1942 into a household ruled by fear and contradiction. His father was violent, alcoholic, and deeply critical, especially toward John, whom he mocked as weak and worthless. Praise was rare, approval almost non-existent. From a young age, John learned that love was conditional and power came from dominance. He learned to perform, to please, to lie if necessary, and above all, to crave validation. As he grew older, John discovered something important about himself. He was good at talking. He was charming. He could make people laugh, make them feel comfortable, make them trust him quickly. These skills would become the foundation of everything that followed. By his 20s, John had already shown signs of deviant behavior. He was arrested once for sexual assault against a teenage boy and served time in prison. But after his release, instead of being watched closely, he was allowed to rebuild his life almost completely unchecked. He moved back to Illinois, married, started a business, and began integrating himself into the community. This is where the mask became complete. John Wayne Gacy ran a successful contracting company. He hired teenage boys and young men, often those who needed money or guidance. He paid them. He joked with them. He treated them like friends. Parents trusted him because he seemed responsible. Police trusted him because he was active in civic organizations. Politicians trusted him because he volunteered tirelessly for local events. And then there was the clown. Gacy performed at hospitals and charity events dressed as a clown he called Pogo. Children laughed. Adults smiled. Cameras flashed. The image of a man who brought joy to others became deeply embedded in the public perception of who he was. No one imagined that the same hands holding balloons had also strangled, beaten, and buried dozens of young men. The murders began quietly in the early 1970s. Gacy lured victims to his home with promises of work, alcohol, or a place to stay. Once inside, the atmosphere shifted. He used handcuffs as part of what he claimed was a magic trick. Once restrained, escape became impossible. He tortured and killed his victims slowly, often strangling them, sometimes assaulting them before death. What makes this story particularly horrifying is not just the violence, but the logistics. Gacy buried many of his victims beneath his house, in the crawl space, under the floorboards. He continued living there. He hosted parties. He invited guests over. He slept feet above decomposing bodies. When the smell became noticeable, he blamed dampness, sewage issues, or dead animals. People believed him because they wanted to believe him, because the alternative was too disturbing to consider. Over the years, young men kept disappearing. Some were reported missing. Some were not. Many came from unstable backgrounds. Police dismissed early concerns, assuming the victims had run away or left town. When parents complained, Gacy was questioned more than once. Each time, he talked his way through it. Calm, cooperative, convincing. He even passed background checks. He continued killing. Everything changed in December 1978 when a 15-year-old boy named Robert Pius disappeared after mentioning a job opportunity with Gacy. This time, the circumstances did not allow police to ignore it. The boy had been reliable. He had a strong family. He vanished suddenly. Investigators searched Gacy's house. At first, they found nothing concrete, but something felt wrong. The smell, the inconsistencies in his statements, the sheer number of young men connected to him. Surveillance was established. They watched him closely. During this period, Gacy dumped several bodies into the Des Plaines River, trying desperately to reduce the evidence beneath his home. But it was too late. The walls were closing in. When police finally obtained a warrant and began digging beneath the house, the truth emerged slowly, then overwhelmingly. Body after body, layered, packed. 33 victims in total, making John Wayne Gacy one of the most prolific serial killers in American history. When arrested, Gacy shifted between confidence and panic. He tried to maintain control, but it was gone. During interrogation, he spoke in circles, contradicted himself, and occasionally bragged. He claimed alternate personalities. He blamed others. None of it worked. At trial, the evidence was unbearable. Families sat through descriptions of how their sons had been tortured and killed. The jury convicted Gacy of multiple counts of murder. He was sentenced to death. In prison, Gacy continued performing, this time as an artist. He painted clowns. He sold them. He signed them with his name. Even in confinement, he clung to the identity he believed protected him. John Wayne Gacy was executed in 1994. This story endures not because of spectacle, but because of betrayal. He was not a shadowy stranger. He was the man parents trusted with their children. He was the neighbor who volunteered. He was the clown who made people laugh. And beneath that carefully constructed image was a predator who understood one terrifying truth. People are less afraid of monsters when they are smiling. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who lived two lives so completely separated that even those closest to him could not see the line between them. A man who spent his days joking with coworkers and his nights roaming highways looking for people who would never return home. This is a true crime story about patience, repetition, and how ordinary routine can hide extraordinary violence for years. Gary Ridgway grew up in Salt Lake City, Utah, in a household defined by strictness and emotional confusion. His mother was deeply religious, controlling, and intensely focused on cleanliness, particularly sexual purity. Gary's relationship with her was close in a way that felt uncomfortable even to him later in life. His father was distant and often angry. Gary struggled socially from an early age, performing poorly in school and feeling isolated among other children. Despite these difficulties, Gary learned something important very early. He learned how to disappear into routine. As an adult, Gary moved to Washington State and found steady work as a truck painter. It was repetitive, physical labor that suited him. He showed up on time, followed instructions, and rarely complained. Co-workers described him as slow, sometimes strange, but dependable. He married multiple times, blending in his suburban life with an appearance so ordinary it made him nearly invisible. While this life unfolded, another one quietly emerged. In the early 1980s, women began disappearing from the Seattle area, particularly along Pacific Highway South. Many of them were young. Many were sex workers or runaways. They lived transient lives, often without strong support systems. Their disappearances did not immediately spark alarm. At first, there was no clear pattern, just absence. But the absences kept accumulating. Gary Ridgway was picking them up. He drove slowly along known areas where vulnerable women gathered. He did not rush. He did not force. He spoke calmly, offering money, conversation, and what appeared to be safety. His car looked unremarkable. His voice was soft. There was nothing about him that triggered immediate fear. Once the women entered his vehicle, the control shifted. Gary drove them to isolated locations, often wooded areas or riverbanks he had already scouted. He killed them primarily by strangulation, using his hands or ligatures. He stayed with the bodies. Sometimes he returned later. He revisited sites repeatedly, forming a twisted sense of ownership over the places where he left them. This went on for years. Bodies were found sporadically, often badly decomposed. The media began referring to an unknown killer as the Green River Killer, named after the river where several victims were discovered. Task forces were formed. Investigators interviewed thousands of suspects. Tips poured in. Fear spread quietly through the region. Gary Ridgway was interviewed early. He passed polygraph tests. He cooperated. He blended back into the background. While police searched aggressively, Gary continued killing. He adjusted his methods slightly, moving locations, changing habits, but never stopping. His compulsion was tied to control and ritual. He did not seek recognition. He did not contact police. He did not want fame. He wanted repetition. At home, his wife noticed nothing. At work, he joked and ate lunch with colleagues. The killings continued into the 1990s. Over time, forensic technology improved. DNA analysis became more advanced. Old evidence was re-examined. Tiny traces that once meant nothing began to speak more clearly. In 2001, investigators revisited a piece of evidence from decades earlier, semen collected from a victim's body. This time, the results were different. The DNA matched Gary Ridgway. When police arrested him, there was no dramatic chase, no resistance. Gary was calm. During interrogation, he spoke quietly, often appearing bored. He denied it first, then slowly began admitting details as evidence mounted. What shocked investigators was not just the number of victims, but the clarity with which he remembered them. He remembered names. He remembered locations. He remembered sequences. Gary Ridgway eventually confessed to murdering 49 women, though investigators believe the true number may be higher. He explained that he targeted people he believed would not be missed quickly. He spoke about killing as if describing a routine task. There was no emotional release in his voice, no visible remorse. In 2003, Gary Ridgway pleaded guilty to avoid the death penalty. He was sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. In exchange, he agreed to help locate additional bodies. Detectives drove with him to forests and riverbanks where he pointed casually, as if recalling old errands. Families finally received answers. Not closure. Answers. This story is terrifying not because of chaos, but because of consistency. Gary Ridgway killed while maintaining a job, marriages, friendships and routines. He did not spiral outward. He folded violence inward, fitting it neatly between work shifts and family dinners. He showed how repetition can become camouflage, how boredom can be lethal, how evil does not always scream. Sometimes it whispers quietly through years of normal life, unnoticed because it refuses to disrupt the surface. And when it is finally exposed, the damage is not a single moment, but decades of absence, unanswered questions, and lives that simply stopped returning home. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who lived alone in quiet apartments, who seemed polite and unremarkable to everyone around him, and who quietly killed again and again without urgency, without panic, and without anyone noticing for years. This is a true crime story about isolation, routine, and how a murderer can hide in plain sight simply by being forgettable. Dennis Nilsen was born in Scotland and grew up in a small coastal town where life moved slowly and predictably. His childhood was shaped by emotional distance rather than overt abuse. His parents separated early, and Dennis formed a deep attachment to his grandfather, a fisherman who represented stability and order. When his grandfather died, Dennis was confronted with death at a young age. Seeing the body laid out calmly, peacefully, that image stayed with him. Death, to Dennis, did not appear frightening. It appeared quiet and controllable. As an adult, Dennis lived a life defined by structure. He served in the British Army, then became a police officer, and later worked as a civil servant. These were roles that required discipline and routine, and he performed them well. He was not impulsive. He did not drink excessively in public. He did not draw attention to himself. Colleagues described him as reserved, sometimes cold, but reliable. Dennis was also deeply lonely. He struggled with his sexuality in a time when being openly gay was dangerous and stigmatized. Relationships were brief and unfulfilling. He feared abandonment more than rejection. Over time, loneliness hardened into something darker. He began to believe that the only way to prevent people from leaving was to ensure they never could. In the late 1970s, Dennis moved into a small flat in London. This is where the murders began. Dennis did not hunt aggressively. He did not stalk strangers in dark alleys. Instead, he waited. He went to pubs and quietly observed men who were isolated, intoxicated, homeless, or emotionally adrift. He offered them food, alcohol, conversation, and a place to sleep. He appeared safe. He appeared kind. Once inside his flat, Dennis would talk for hours. He wanted company. He wanted presence. He wanted someone who would stay. And when sleep came, he killed them calmly, usually by strangulation or drowning. There was no rage, no panic, just silence. What followed was even more disturbing. Dennis kept the bodies. He washed them, dressed them, sat with them, watched television beside them. He spoke to them as if they were still alive. For him, this was companionship without the risk of abandonment. Death froze people in place. They could not leave. They could not reject him. When decomposition made this impossible, Dennis dismembered the bodies. He stored remains under floorboards, in closets, and sometimes disposed of them slowly, flushing parts down the toilet or burning them. This went on for years. Neighbors noticed strange smells occasionally, but nothing persistent enough to raise alarm. Dennis lived quietly, paid rent, went to work, and blended into the background of the city. Eventually, he moved to another flat. The killings continued. By the early 1980s, Dennis had murdered at least 15 men, possibly more. He kept records. He remembered names. He did not feel hunted. He felt invisible. His capture came not through suspicion, but through plumbing. In 1983, a local drain became blocked. A plumber was called. Inside the pipes, he found decomposing human remains. Police were contacted immediately. When officers arrived at Dennis's flat, they did not find chaos. They found cleanliness, order, and a man who did not run. Dennis Nilsen calmly admitted that the remains were human. He did not resist arrest. During interrogation, Dennis spoke freely. He described his crimes in detail, not with excitement, but with explanation. He corrected investigators when they misunderstood timelines. He wanted his story told accurately. He showed no visible remorse, but also no pleasure. To him, the murders were solutions to loneliness, not acts of cruelty. At trial, the scale of his crimes shocked the country. Dennis was convicted of multiple counts of murder and sentenced to life imprisonment. Psychiatrists evaluated him extensively. They found no insanity that removed responsibility. He understood what he had done. He simply did not feel what others felt about it. In prison, Dennis continued to write. He produced thousands of pages reflecting on his life, his thoughts, his crimes. He did not ask for forgiveness. He asked to be understood. He remained articulate, controlled, and emotionally distant until his death in 2018. This story is unsettling not because of violence, but because of quiet. Dennis Nilsen did not chase victims. He waited for them to come to him. He did not hide in darkness. He lived under fluorescent lights, inside ordinary buildings, surrounded by people who never noticed anything was wrong. It reminds us that some of the most dangerous individuals are not loud or chaotic. They are patient. They are orderly. They disappear into routine. And sometimes, the only thing that exposes them is a small blockage in a drain, revealing years of hidden silence beneath everyday life. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who lived at the highest level of discipline and trust, a man responsible for national security, respected by his peers, admired for his precision, and feared by absolutely no one. This is a true crime story about control, secrecy, and how someone who mastered order used it to hide unimaginable violence, until a single mistake unraveled everything. Russell Williams was a decorated Canadian Air Force colonel. He commanded one of the country's most important military bases. He flew aircraft carrying political leaders and royalty. He wore the uniform perfectly, spoke calmly, and followed rules obsessively. To those around him, he was professionalism embodied. There were no visible cracks, no scandals, no rumors that hinted at what he did when no one was watching. But beneath that polished exterior was a private world built on obsession. For years, women in quiet Ontario towns reported strange incidents. Homes were broken into while residents slept. Nothing obvious was stolen. Instead, underwear went missing. Sometimes the intruder moved through the house silently, rearranging items, standing close to sleeping victims without waking them. Police initially treated these as isolated burglaries, uncomfortable but not urgent. They were wrong. Russell Williams was escalating. What began as fetishistic break-ins slowly evolved into something far darker. The secrecy fueled him. The control intoxicated him. He photographed himself wearing stolen clothing, carefully cataloging his crimes like achievements. He believed his status protected him. He believed his intelligence made him untouchable. In 2009, the pattern shattered. A woman named Corporal Marie France Como disappeared. Her body was later found in a remote wooded area. She had been sexually assaulted and murdered. Shortly after, another woman, Jessica Lloyd, was killed under similar circumstances. Panic spread quickly. This was no longer a series of strange break-ins. A predator was actively hunting. Investigators intensified their efforts. For the first time, they connected the burglaries to the murders. Tire tracks became critical evidence. A unique tread pattern appeared near multiple crime scenes. Police canvassed hundreds of vehicles, measuring tires, narrowing possibilities. It was slow, methodical work, the same kind of work the killer himself relied on to avoid detection. Then, during a routine traffic stop, police noticed tires that matched. The vehicle belonged to Colonel Russell Williams. When investigators visited his home, they expected resistance, denial, perhaps anger. Instead, they encountered politeness, calm cooperation. Williams agreed to speak with them, confident that his intelligence and composure would carry him through. The interrogation that followed became one of the most studied police interviews in modern criminal history. For hours, Russell Williams denied everything. He spoke slowly, precisely, correcting investigators on minor details. But as evidence was presented piece by piece, tire impressions, fibers, timelines, something shifted. The structure he relied on began to crack. And then it collapsed. Williams confessed. Not emotionally, not dramatically. He described his crimes in chilling detail, explaining how he chose victims, how he broke into homes, how he maintained control. He spoke as if giving a report, detached from the reality of what he had done. The mask was gone, but the coldness remained. Police searched his home and uncovered an archive of horror. Thousands of photographs documenting his crimes. Evidence connecting him to years of assaults, break-ins, and the murders. The scope of his behavior stunned even seasoned investigators. In 2010, Russell Williams pleaded guilty to all charges. He was sentenced to life imprisonment with no chance of parole for decades. In court, he offered a statement of responsibility, but no explanation that could bridge the gap between who he appeared to be and what he had done. This story is disturbing because it destroys the idea that monsters look monstrous. Russell Williams did not lurk in alleyways or live on the margins of society. He lived at its center. He enforced rules. He wore medals. He commanded respect. And at night, he violated homes, bodies, and lives with meticulous care. It reminds us that evil does not always announce itself. Sometimes it whispers. Sometimes it salutes. Sometimes it hides behind authority, routine, and silence, believing structure will keep it safe forever. Until one detail is overlooked, until one pattern is noticed, and the entire illusion falls apart. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who appeared gentle, soft-spoken, and dependable, a man whose life looked calm and orderly from the outside, but who was quietly drifting toward a decision that would erase his entire family in a single morning. This is a true crime story about denial, pressure, and how someone can convince themselves that escape is easier than truth until the weight of reality finally collapses everything. Chris Watts lived in Frederick, Colorado, in a quiet suburban neighborhood where days blended into each other. He worked in the oil industry, a steady job that paid the bills. He was known as polite, reserved, and non-confrontational. Neighbors described him as the kind of man who waved, smiled, and kept to himself. He was married to Shannon Watts, a strong-willed and energetic woman who was active on social media, documenting their life, their home, and their two young daughters, Bella and Celeste. From the outside, their life looked busy but happy. Inside the house, things were far more complicated. The marriage had become strained. Financial stress lingered beneath the surface, even as Shannon tried to maintain a positive image. Chris felt increasingly small inside his own life. He avoided conflict, rarely expressed anger, and instead swallowed frustration until it turned inward. Rather than confronting problems, he detached emotionally, retreating into silence. Then Chris began an affair. The relationship offered him something he had not felt in years, a sense of attention, freedom, and a future that did not involve responsibility. As the affair deepened, his existing life began to feel like a trap. Instead of seeing two paths, one difficult and one honest, he began imagining only one way out. By the summer of 2018, Shannon was pregnant with their third child. Rather than grounding him, the pregnancy intensified his panic. The life he secretly wanted now felt completely unreachable. And instead of ending the affair or telling the truth, Chris began constructing something far darker in his mind. A future where he could erase the past entirely. On the night of August 12th, 2018, Shannon returned home from a business trip. Security footage later showed her entering the house quietly, unaware that it would be the last time she ever walked through that door. Inside, nothing appeared out of place. The neighborhood was silent. The house went dark. What happened in the early hours of August 13th would unravel one of the most disturbing family murder cases in recent memory. By morning, Shannon and the children were gone. Chris reported them missing later that day, standing on his front lawn, giving interviews, his voice calm, his hands steady. He pleaded for their safe return, speaking as if they had simply vanished into thin air. But from the very beginning, something felt wrong. His behavior did not match panic. His words felt rehearsed. His emotions seemed hollow. Investigators began working quickly. Surveillance footage showed Chris backing his truck into the driveway early that morning, something he rarely did. Neighbors mentioned unusual behavior. Friends noted that Shannon would never leave without contacting someone. The image of a spontaneous disappearance collapsed almost immediately. Within days, police brought Chris in for questioning. At first, he denied everything. Then, under pressure, he shifted blame, claiming Shannon had harmed the children and that he had reacted in rage. But the story did not hold. The details were inconsistent. The timeline made no sense. Eventually, the truth emerged. Chris Watts had murdered his pregnant wife. He then killed his 2 young daughters, Bella and Celeste. After they briefly regained consciousness in the car as he drove to a remote oil site where he worked. There, he disposed of their bodies in oil tanks, hiding them in a place he believed would erase them completely. The calm planning of the crime contrasted sharply with the innocence of the victims. When confronted with evidence, Chris confessed fully. There was no dramatic breakdown, no emotional explosion, just quiet admission. He spoke of his actions with disturbing detachment, explaining steps rather than expressing remorse. In November 2018, Chris Watts pleaded guilty to all charges. He was sentenced to multiple life sentences without the possibility of parole. In court, the families of the victims spoke not in rage, but in grief and disbelief, struggling to understand how someone so seemingly ordinary could commit such irreversible acts. This story is chilling because it is not about violence born from chaos. It is about avoidance. It shows how silence can be more dangerous than anger, how fear of confrontation can metastasize into something catastrophic, how someone can live inches away from honesty and still choose destruction instead. Chris Watts did not snap in a moment. He decided, and that decision erased 4 lives, leaving behind a story that continues to haunt not because it is loud, but because it is quiet, controlled, and terrifyingly human.